Oh, your theory is life only exists during ad break. Okay. Wow. Yo. Oh. Hope everybody had a good weekend. I am a bit late, sorry. Good ads. Okay. Oh. I don't know why PoE has gotten really slow at launching. I think it's gonna crash. Oh, there we go. Okay. You're not really feeling PoE 2 at the moment? Nah, I mean, I get that. And honestly, a little bit same. If we look at the end game, like the campaign is fun. You think you hyped yourself too much up for Wyvern? Yeah, I will say, I think the Druid is a little bit disappointing because there's just too few things. It's like you don't really feel like they were like, oh, it's kind of like creating 4 classes in one or whatever, and it's like, no, you didn't. Like, you got way too few options. It's just not enough. I'm missing a hoodie. Yeah. Yeah, true. Like, all of this is supposed to be 4 classes? Are you kidding me? Like, you have more mace skills. Like, there are more mace skills than there are druid skills. There's too little shit here. Like, we got 2 plants. 2 plant, what's it called, spells. We got 1 wind spell and a tornado. Like, how is that enough for a freaking... And then thunderstorm, right? So for the human form, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. That's supposed to be a class? For the bear, we got what? Slam, Fury of the Mountain, Ferocious Roar, Rampage, and Walking Calamity. So 5 again. And then for the wolf, you got Lunar Assault, Pounce, Arctic Howl, Cross Slash, and Lunar Blessing. So what, you got 4 for the wolf? Like, it's just not enough. It's just not enough. It really isn't. There's some amazing combos, but Volcano and Rolling Mama end up being really bad. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but the problem is, even if there are some amazing combos, right? Like, there's only 2, right? Like, it's like, what's the combo for the bear? It's Fury of the Mountain with Furious Slam. Right? Like, it's Furious Slam on Volcano. Like, it's Rampage on Fury of the Mountain. Or Rampage on Volcano. Right? Like, that's the bear combo. You can combo it with a mace, sure. It's just like, all they had to do was make the bear a mace. And all of a sudden you'd have all of this. Almost. Like, some of them you'd have to not, like the shield charge. Yeah, you'd have to not do that because it requires a shield. Maybe a rolling slam is too stupid. But I mean, the bear could have a rolling slam. Why the fuck not? Like, could look stupid where it did like one thing and then rolled and then another one. That could be fun. I don't think you have to have everything be too serious. But like, if it can do Fury of the Mountain, then maybe it doesn't need to be able to do Volcanic Fissure. But it's like, why not? Leap slam? It should be able to do that. Right, why couldn't it leap slam? 70, you told me? Yeah, you're right. This is supposed to be 4 classes in one. That's bullshit. Like, that's complete bullshit. There's just 2 little things to play around with. But yeah. I think the forms are cool. Now, as you guys saw, I had an Oracle. I played a bit during the weekend, or yesterday, I mean. And I got this one. You guys actually saw me getting it. I got another temple, and I got attack speed on it. And so it's better than the one I was wearing. So I got a weapon upgrade. I threw in a strength one. I would have thrown in 2 just to get the flat fizz. So yeah. We got a pretty sizable upgrade. We're doing 1200 baseline, so that's gonna be what, 18 with the power charge. So that's pretty good. We should be able to one-shot everything for a while.
Be careful.
I weren't made for heat like this.
Well, let's see how it goes.
Full swarm.
Oh, we didn't one-shot the big thing. The attack speed is noticeable, though. I have actually been thinking a little bit that for what I'm doing with my shaman, I feel like I'd be better off going bear. And what I'm doing with my... I would be better off going bear on the shaman. And I'm going wyvern. And what I'm doing on my oracle, I'd be better off going wyvern, and I'm going bear. So I might need to swap around a little bit. Do I already have a colossal? I do. So we got these. Oh, we're still listening to the Valheim soundtrack, as good as that is. Oh, I fucking no!
The ball keeps coughing him up.
I need to blow my nose. Yep, sorry. So yeah, we might need to change around a little bit. But I'm not actually... I feel like I need to go outside of the Druid forms to do the shit I want to do, which is a little bit sad. Like, if I am to make something cool, I feel like it can't really be done in the
They just keep coming.
it can't really be done in the, what's it called, in the forms. And that's sad. That's really sad.
That's enough filth for one day.
There is the rampage coming, and that could be really cool. But right now, my actual best thing is just the wyvern basic attack. And that is so sad.
Nature takes what's owed.
mean, you could probably get cool with the dragon's breath. But I don't know if that's just gonna be a gimmick. $1,200 gold, huh? Oi. So yeah, I don't know. It's just, I will admit I'm a little bit disappointed with especially how much they hyped up the druid as being like 4 classes in one, or like I'm a bit disappointed with what they delivered. Just gonna like, there's too few spells. Like, if this is what they intend for the druid, there's too little of it. I mean, not the druid specifically. The ascendancies are cool, but the shape-shifting. They gotta have me feel like I can be a PoE gamer in every single weapon category now that they're making it so restrictive. And they have definitely not succeeded in doing that with the druid, or with the shape-shifting. If they were like, the shape-shifting needs 4 times. The primal whatever category needs 4x the spells in order to meet the requirements that they've set for themselves by making everything weapon locked. So yeah, I think this one is going to be a level 3 support. This one is going to be a pretty short league for me, at least, I think. I'm having fun, and I'll continue to have fun for a good minute. But yeah, I'm not expecting it to last me that long. I'm not expecting to go into the end game and start blasting and anything. I just want to see if I can get something cool to work. Like, I want to try something with the tornado whenever I get access to that. I want to try the fire breath. Want to try the spit thing.
Hello. I'm Elva Valai. We can always use another pair of hands around here. Be sure to talk to Oswald, as he usually likes to greet the newcomers. Bye.
She's either brave or daft. Perhaps both.
What kind of stunt was that? Trevor, I can buy what equipment you...
Caution can keep you alive, but too much of it'll see you rot in place.
Someone, we must hope.
You're the one who not all.
We'll hold on to that one. Maximum mana, no.
Don't drink the water.
A font of knowledge, that one. Old roads run deep.
Okay, and we got a level 9. So we got Oil Barrage. Shapeshift into and spit oil at enemies, creating oil ground where the projectiles land. Consumes power charge opposed to instead channel sustained barrage of electrical oil. This does not create oil ground. Projectiles are fired in sequence, allowing multiple projectiles to hit the same target. So it fires 3 projectiles.
Oil barrage. Oil barrage spits a volley of projectiles that coat enemies in oil, making them slower and more vulnerable to elemental damage and ignite. If you have power charges, you can hold down the button to turn this skill into a sustained barrage of lightning-charged projectiles until your power charges run out. Oil barrage spits a volley of projectiles that coat.
It gives you exposure.
In oil, making them slower and more vulnerable to elemental damage and ignite.
And the empowered one is lightning damage, 3 projectiles. Consumes a power charge every 2 seconds.
Until your power charge.
Okay, we're gonna try this. I am curious to see if it'll be any good. Now we're gonna take the Furious Lamb out because I never use it. There we go. Let's see. What is for oil barrage? Gamble shot. Projectile fired by supporter skills. Fork, chain, and additional time. Pierce. An additional time at random. Okay. Persistent ground. No. Retreat. Exposure. So it's all ground shit. I think perpetual charge is definitely something we'll be doing. What are we looking at here? Area, close combat, duration. Supporter skills have a 20% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle. That's pretty cool. Shockwave, we can have reinforced totems. Splinter totem. This seems pretty fucking good. We got practical magic. Okay, that's cool. Punch through. Okay. And magnified area. The soul drain. We can upgrade thrill of the kill. Deadly resolve. Okay. And we can get branching fissures, which is really good. I don't actually know if there's anything we really want here with specifically the rank 3, but what I do know is that we wanna up the oil barrage a little bit. So wanna get perpetual charge for sure. And then we probably want to see if we can get some damage. Elemental armament is a thing. Elemental armament 2. Could we get elemental armament 3? Oh, elemental armament 3 is kind of ass, isn't it? Elemental armament, but it's only 40%, isn't it? So the oily ground is 100%. But this is only 40. So elemental armament isn't even that good. Man, I really don't like the way they handle conversions in PoE 2. I really don't like it. Like, for this here, what am I supposed to do? If I use the elemental things, I scale 40% of my damage. If I use physical, I scale 60% of my damage. So I have to spec into kind of both. And I have to just spec into something that's... I just have to go projectile damage. I can't go for like elemental damage here. Because it's only 40%. Because conversion happens like... Damage... Here it is. Damage can be converted from one type to another. This causes to deal new damage type, scale with modifiers to the new damage type, and no longer scale with modifiers to the old damage type. For example, fire damage converted to lightning now scales with lightning damage. And cause shock, but no longer scales with fire damage. Like, bro. And I don't think there's any, like... There's no conversion. I can't do it myself. There is... The only conversion I really know of is Avatar Fire. Here. And then here, fire dispels to chaos. Maybe I'm missing something. It's just... it's bad, man. Like, it makes it so these things that convert just that little is like, how do I scale it? Because then you got brutality, right? More physical damage, no chaos damage, no elemental damage. So I can't do that because then I'm just doing 60% of the skill. I'm taking away 40% of my damage in order to do 25% more. Not an option. I could do this, but I'm only getting it for 40% of my damage and whatever flat I have. Like, if I open up this thing in here and we go for the empowered, it's still primarily physical damage, which is also because I'm probably scaling physical damage, right? Like, but this only applies to the 60% of the skill, and this would only apply to the 40% of the skill. It's so bad, in my opinion, at least. I think it's boring. I think it's not great. I don't like it. I don't like it. So yeah, we're gonna have to find something that's generic. Ricochet? I guess all the dex things we can't do because I don't have the freaking dex. Let me just take a... Can I just take a dex support out real quick just so... I'll just take this one out just so they're not grayed out so I can see what's happening. Let's get the rank 3 just because I want to see if there's anything good. Okay, let's see. We'll start from the rank 3. Thrill to kill is not it. Salvo. They're fired in random directions though. Nah, that's not it. Dodge roll or use a travel skill. That's not happening. I mean, retreat would make sense. That's retreat is up there. Well, is this a spell, by the way? No, it's an attack. Shapeshift, Wyvern, AoE, projectile, and channeling. We could pierce. I thought this seems a little bit. Supporter skills gain 10% increased critical chance each second up to 100 critical hit chances lost whatever skill. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. So you can make your skill like a group up and then... Oh, that's kind of cool. How much does electromagnetism do? Deals lightning damage. Wait, it consumes? When does it consume shock? When does it consume them? Electromagnetism is cool. We could fork. Close combat is also one of those where it's like, am I actually gonna do that? Is it actually gonna be close combat? Maybe volts. Volt is pretty good. I think I'll do Volt. I think I'll do Volt with Retreat. Let's do that. See if we can get this thing... Oh, I didn't hit. See if we can get this thing to be just a little bit exciting. So Volt... Right, okay, I have too many dex gems right now. Could I just get a dex spell, dex point?
Old wolf, new tricks.
Is that enough? Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can get something cool going. This.
The jungle has reclaimed what the Vaal sought to conquer.
Okay, let's try it. Where are we? Give me a rare.
Nature's fury.
We got one.
Wild take ya.
That was
Ash and Rowan.
Okay, well. Ow. Well, we can definitely spittle. Oh, maybe this with Fork and the Oracle. That could be cool. Like the Oracle thing where you stun them and they do the... You get the extra one. And then you make them Fork. And hit it. Maybe Chain is better. Probably Chain is better.
How goes the jungle? I got the goods. If you got the
Gwendolyn
coin.
Albright. Yeah.
Take care.
Whenever I see Gwendolyn, I think it's the expedition one. I don't know if she's called Albright though.
Nature takes what's owed.
Well, we have got a way to deal with rares that isn't just slap slap.
Nature's fury.
It's kind of wild that basic attack for the Wyvern does this much damage and I don't have a single damaging support gem in it. Oh, I can't turn around? Okay, that's a bit of a... Well, we're about to get the first real test. Monkey cometh. It should be around here.
There's a damn boulder.
I was mid dodge, damn. Oh no, wait, I need corpses. Can you fuck off real quick? I need corpses. Okay, this is kind of pathetic. Bro, that's 2 times in a row now where I've been moving, and because of monsters and stuff and the Wyvern form being so weird, I've been snapped back. Fucking hell.
Swing to split stone.
That was what I intended to do the whole time. God fucking damn it.
You great beast. May the roads take you.
So basically, if I put some stun stuff on my basic attack, we'll be much better off. Oh, I had 2 points. That was a frustrating experience, not gonna lie. They have some work to do on the animal forms being sort of clunky. Like, you get pushed around, you get stuck in stuff. It's just kind of weird. Did I find the venom crypts and not even realize? I did. Holy shit.
Balance restored.
We need to find we need to find the guy. Her son or whatever.
Nature's fury.
Oh, I got another point. Should probably put like more stun shit on the basic attack, but right now it just feels like I can just basic attack my way through victory. Maybe it'll stop scaling. It doesn't really feel like it though. Like, this is without any support gems in it that makes it do damage. This is just rage. And its inherent damage plus mechanic with power charges. Oh, he must be down here, right? The damage of that oil barrage is kind of sick. You just got to be able to channel it. Am I missing something? Is he down in this corner? It is here, right? I'm pretty sure it's here. He must be up here then. Yeah. Oh, he was literally...
Something familiar about that face. Could be Servy's king.
You can actually... usually it isn't... So he's up against this thing. And they've kind of propped things up around him.
This is my son. When he did not return from the jungle, I feared the worst. Promise.
We'll take this one, I guess. Okay, Venom Crypts. Gotta go.
Snakes wearing a dead light skin. Vile work.
Oh, it is falling off a little bit right now. But it's still the by far and away the highest DPS I got. 21 fucking 100.
Down beast.
But again, it is sheet damage. I really hope they change the conversion to benefit from scaling from multiple sources, so you're not just... And they need to add easier access to conversion as well. I mean, either it needs to be really easy to convert damage to whatever you want, or it needs to be easier to scale things that convert.
That's heavy enough already.
Really? We'll take it back then. Did we get a gem? I think we got a gem. I think there was a skill gem in here. Yeah, we did. Thrashing vines. Now this is something I could be considering doing. It looks cool. Let's get Wing Blast, I guess. Not really using Rolling Magma. We could do these two, but I don't really care. I'm not scaling it at the moment.
We've been evil in the...
Oh, I need to identify things. See the salvage bench. Why'd I pick this up?
Some odds and ends don't drink the water.
Some odds and ends don't drink the water. Okay. We keep the goings. Oh. Oh, they were just red. Okay. This won't give me, right? No. Ooh, Abyss.
take ya.
Okay, that didn't go well. Yeah, I can't really get past this thing. And now I'm stuck. Yeah, it's really buggy, these forms. Oh, what are we doing now is the question. I think I am still taking this because it's 1 point. So it just seems kind of dumb not to take it, but... I think I'll try to see if I can do something with the question is, should I take these? $25 crit chance. How does that hold up to, say, one of these over here? It's better than that one. 15. No, that one's... I'm just wondering because this has allies in your presence, right? And that's useless. So I'm wondering if it's worth it to just take it for the crit chance. Maybe not. Probably not, right? So what do we got here? When you shapeshift to human form, get 10% increased spell damage per second you are shapeshifted. That would be okay. This would be pretty good. Probably want that. If you have shapeshifted to an animal form lately. Don't know if I want that. Recently is 4 seconds, yeah. I mean, do I swap out and... I mean, I could, I guess. We could do that. Then I need to get here. Just like... The question is, am I going here anyways? 120% armor while not on low energy shield. That sounds pretty good. There's 4 points to get there. Got here, we got regeneration. There's a power charge. Where's the... This is the one. One extra power charge. +1 power charge is probably pretty nice. Elemental damage with attacks. I mean, it'll do something. So plants are fissures, huh? Stun build up. Who cares? Attack damage if you cast a spell recently. See, I'm kind of thinking about getting this. I want to have it so that I want to try and have it so I have some utility based spell stuff. So I'm trying to scale like generic shit. But like scaling physical, the tornado can't shock, can it? I don't think so. Well, maybe it can. But it does damage over time. It doesn't do hits. How does shock work again? From hits, yeah. And I don't think tornado does hits at all. It does damage over time. So that's out, which is what I was going for. guess the whole shape-shifting gimmick is kind of off then. Like, what's the point? Like, the options I have available are like volcano, basically, which is I guess I can use the rain thing.
Wild spawn. Begone, foul creature.
Maybe I do the rain spell. Do I have a... No. I just kind of want to see what that does, like in terms of damage and shit. Because I know it makes things easier to shock. But I don't know if it actually shocks itself. I know it does little lightning strikes. I gotta get that unique that generates power charges on crits. Or I need to get that effect somehow else. Huh. I thought for sure those venom thingies would be... Oh, there's a place I missed. Maybe it's down there. There's two places I missed, actually. Here it is. Neat. Stun threshold, ailment threshold, or mana regen. Let's go stun threshold. That might be wrong, but I feel like if I'm getting elemental ailments, I'm getting immunity somehow. That's at least how it usually goes. Grenades fire an additional projectile with flat fizz. I'm gonna hold on to that one. There is a part of me that has... I have some things that I want to try. Now, whether or not I'm going to do it on stream, I'm going to do it off stream, I'm going to save it for my next season or whatever. That's a whole other can of worms, but... I mean, this has to be better, but I can't equip it. How much dex do I got? Yeah, that's not happening. We'll just throw it away. Doesn't matter. I would like to get some better gloves, actually. Now that I see what I have. Are you the Gamba boy? No. Rabbit Talisman of the Parasite. We get 12 maximum rage. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Watch your step.
What are we gonna do with our points? There is this 3 armor per 1 item, energy shield, and equipped boots. That's probably pretty good. I could always go get this. That's an option. Strike skills. Is this a strike skill? Probably, right? Yeah. We could get that. There is this as well. Empowered attacks. Is this considered empower? It is. Shouldn't we get that then? Like just a flat 15% extra fizz as fire? Isn't this empower as well? Lightning charge. Is that considered empower? It should be, but I don't think it is. Let's see. Does this have the empower tag? Is that a thing? It literally says empowered here. And this doesn't. Wait, it grants me extra lightning damage. Is that just for everything? Oh wow, wait, I didn't even realize that actually. That's kind of sick. Oh, also we got an extra... Ooh, I didn't even notice that. We got an extra... We got a... What's it called? A... I think I'm going here because I am trying to do oil spit right now. I do feel like I should resaddle this entire character though, but... Because I feel like what I'm doing right now is what I should be doing on the Oracle. But it's working. We'll go for the... we'll go for Empower. Like these two? There is a tiny chance that the rent thing being different counts as Empower, so... So yeah, 10% increase. We're gonna have a 16% increased Warcry speed, which is wasted, but Empower and Empower is probably okay, right? Like, gain 15% fizz as fire. That sounds pretty good. And I realize it's only on the 60%, but it should be good. Good, I hope. Oh, we didn't actually put in. I was gonna put in something in the good old Rend, but I forgot. We should get a little bit more decks, actually.
Wild spawn.
The empowered stuff would work with the slam as well, actually. Because whenever you spend rage, it empowers.
Will they meddle with it?
The Vaal use. I've never. Keep up the search.
So I guess you want to do empower scaling on a lot of the Druid stuff. Am I supposed to do anything here or just move on? There's a camp, I guess. Dealing additional lightning damage. Oh, room. And that was not a lesser. We're getting the right room, the big rooms now.
Begone, foul creature!
Ox Idol. Oh, I picked something up I didn't want. Let's see what the Ox Idol does in addition. Shields, 10% chance for damage of enemies hitting you to be unlucky. Scepters, 20% of armor also applies to elemental damage while shapeshifted. How do you shapeshift with a scepter? Oh, isn't there might be something where you I think I remember seeing something where you could pick a talent or something where you could use specters, oh sorry, scepters. Wait, let me Is it this one? You can equip a non-unique scepter while wielding a talisman, 50% less spirit. Yeah. Would you really do that for freaking 20% armor applies to elemental damage? Wasn't that everything I need to find here? Yeah, we just gotta find the... Just gotta find the exit now. It's actually been a while since I got a new staff. I'm also not using it, so... It's a little bit sad that the rend is so stupid that I just don't really feel like I need to do anything else. Chimeral Wetlands, is that the only place? There's the Azak Bog as well. The Azak Bog is a dead end, so we'll go there first. You get decent rewards from finishing up the temple, huh? It's not rare that it gives you an exalt. Oh, right. I don't know if there's a point to me breaking their armor anymore, or if I should just stop doing that.
creature.
I wonder if we'll be able to deal with this witch.
Death haunts this place. Must be the Azak's doing.
You are confident? I give you that. I'll wait here for now.
Okay, what are we doing? All right, we're going here. The question is, should I take these in the weapon set? I probably should. But then again, if I'm doing weapon set stuff, how many am I gonna need? Oh, the question is, I think with how, what's it called, temporary this whole thing is anyways, we might as well just fucking do whatever.
Mortal fool!
I gotta figure out what I wanna combo with. If we make the dragon spittle thing do any sort of AoE, like even 2 or 3 targets, or maybe you could do something dumb with the oracle. Actually, like you get that thing where you you make the boss do, like, you stun the boss with the special oracle button, and it gives you the extra damage the extra damage phase. If you then have the spit do, like, I don't know, fork or whatever, maybe chain, one of the two, and you put down the bell, so you'll hit them both with the bell and the spittle. That could be cool. That might be really stupid. Okay. I'm looking forward to getting some better preservation things here. I'm not at all using the one I have right now.
End of the line.
Don't tell me it was there. I mean, she could be in the middle of everything. But we're gonna get the damage buff here. I think I need the thing. There is a thing that makes you heal whenever you execute. I think I want that thing on Devour.
to care for these rituals, but I'll turn them on the Azak all the same.
We're starting to have problems surviving. I haven't upgraded gear in a hot minute.
Blood for blood.
Okay. So we went all the way around and she wasn't there. So she's either in the middle or I missed something. Is he up here? Oh, there she is. I wonder if I can just... I couldn't. We gotta hope for a power charge here. We got one. Well, we did it.
You insulted the very earth on which you walked. Can't carry anymore.
I think we'll be able to do this. Oh, I know we'll be able to do this. It's just a little tedious. We'll take this one first because yoink. We got Wolf Pack. Activate to summon a pack of wolf companions. The pack treated as a single companion. Okay, what do they do? Do they do anything? Like, is there a point for the wolves? Doesn't seem like it. Time of need. While active, periodically invokes divine blessing to heal you and remove curses and elemental ailments for you. So this is... I mean, it's better than what I'm using right now, at least. Overwhelming presence. Enemies in your presence have reduced ailment threshold and stun threshold. That sounds okay. Bark skin. While active, taking hit damage from enemies to your energy shield causes you to gain armor for a short duration. Armor gain for multiple hits can stack. Okay. I kind of like Time of Need. $166 life. I mean, for me right now, that's pretty good, but it's only every 11 seconds, though. Removing ailments. I don't know. Maybe we'll go Overwhelming Presence. Could also just go Boxskin. Call it a day. You could try Boxskin. I mean, it makes me more tanky the more damage I take, right? Like... Do Boxskin? Boxskin? I don't know how good it is. Gain armor equals to 34% of the energy you lost. So basically I can gain... What? 53 armor? I mean, that's something at least, right? Like, I have 465. It does seem rather ass, though.
The stink of this thing. Too much for even a druid.
I mean, that does seem kind of ass, but... I mean, my gear's kind of shit as well. I think we'll go Overwhelming Presence, maybe. Maybe not. I want to do Eternal Rage. That's 100 spirit? Jesus. I really just wish we had these just as a thing to the charges, but we'll go Overwhelming Presence. I don't think I need to think about it this much. Rolling Magma's out. We only had it to test stuff anyways. No, there's no way, right? Yeah, there's no way. I picked up something that is like stupid. Nah. Maybe we come back for that one. Boom. Okay.
You have my tribe.
I'm not gonna use any of them.
Other child thieving witches, you be sure to let me know.
You hear of any other child thieving witches? Okay. No movement speed. 20% movement speed. I'd give up some resistances. I'd give up some strength. I'd give up energy shield that up. Nah, I don't think that's worth it. Let's see this one. Fire damage. That one's dead. Call that one dead. That one should have a decent chance at getting better than what I have right now. Is this one dead? Nah, we'll hold on to it. Get rid of this as well.
Farewell.
So, the reason I'm holding on to these is because we're getting a temple soon. Now the question is whether I should do something to this helmet right away. It already has more life and it's a hybrid life. Oh, that one was as well. Now I could upgrade it with a life one. And then it would probably honestly be better already. Yeah, it would. We'll just do that, and then we will maybe use it in maybe do it in the, or get something out of it in the temple. My gloves are pretty critical though. Yeah, we'll go get the thing back here. Now the question is, will we be better off just doing this? That was pretty efficient. That was pretty good.
Snap that by a bloody flower!
Snap that by a bloody flower. Okay, bro. That shouldn't be so weird for you. You're a druid. I didn't turn on overwhelming presence, did I? Oh wait, we gotta go add some stuff to the overwhelming presence. Actually, we can get some gnarly shit. We can get like the vitality and shit. There's some decent support to when you have the spirit to spend. And there's both vitality and clarity. There's precision, all that shit. Let's see. Armor demolisher. Wait. Huh? Okay, I don't know. There's precision. Increased accuracy rating, regenerate, thorn skin, mysticism. Is there anything here we'd want? Why is armor demolisher a thing? Is overwhelming present doing anything? Precision. I feel like there's less than I remember. Are these really all the support gems? I think we'll just take vitality. It'll do something, right? Like, I would like to do precision as well.
Greetings.
Old wolf, new tricks.
I wonder if this is enough. There we go. Not terrible. Got a bit of accuracy, got a bit of HP regen. What we like. Okay. So we gotta find the flower here. And we gotta find the trial master area.
Balance restored.
That one got fucking ripped.
Bleed water.
Increased fire damage, another useless point, but
Their greed was their undoing.
how do you know? Oh, I should have Oh, I forgot to put something on the on Rend again. Oh, what do we find? The Temple of Chaos. Let's just go get the... If we just go get the... What's it called? The waypoint.
Lucky for me, chaos is where I thrive.
Ha! It's kind of dumb that I'm doing all of this with basic attack. Like, I really could just not bother with all the spit. I could not bother with the knockback. It's all just fluff, really. Do not want this.
Remnants. You come and down you go.
Which is kind of silly. I'm expecting this. I'm really expecting Ren to get nerfed. Holy shit! It's so stupid.
Can you carry any more?
Really? It's not true. Okay. Oh.
Don't eat anything colorful.
Don't eat anything colorful. Let's get rid of that, and that. Flat fit fizz with percent fizz. Explode on critical hit. Interesting. I think we'll hold on to that one. Just because maybe it'll be good. Maybe I won't. We'll hold on to that, I guess. That's pretty good. That one goes, that one goes. We'll hold on to that one as well.
Keep your eyes sharp.
The question is, do I have the essence? No. No. I thought it was this one. Seeking. No, it must be this one then. Yep. Like, there's an essence that upgrades to a rare with flat fizz. If I could do that on this one, it would be pretty good. Have I gotten another, like, I think they did nerf the drop rate of the attribute runes, didn't they? I used to have so many of them and have no need of them, and now for once I want them and I just can't get any. Okay, I want to find some corpses first so that I can go into it with... There we go, full power charges. Is it gonna last? Who knows, but they're at least here right now. That one fucking hurt. No! Okay.
This bears the mark of chaos.
There we go. I think I just want to ascend, honestly. Oh, this seems like this has got an update, hasn't it? I don't think this always looked like this. This looks cool. Got a level 9 gem. It's Devour. We use it a lot. Should we get a quick one in here? It can't be a dex one, but maybe it doesn't have to. I was thinking about attack speed though. Maybe we can do like stun. Increase the amount of stun damage it does. There we go. Yeah, let's just give this a go.
A man of nature seeks wisdom beyond his ken.
Okay.
It's not too late to turn back, you know.
Tell us those on your buffs expire 3 times faster and deepest slower. I think we're gonna not take any of those. I am relying a lot on buffs, so I know I'm being a little bit, but the first one we might as well get something at least alright. It's gonna set us up for success, right? Like
Challenger.
Affected by energy shield, turrets. I think the turrets are gonna be annoying with how big my character is, so we'll do this one.
Sends its regards. Are you ready, Challenger?
I don't know.
The Vaal and their infernal mechanisms. Maniacs!
What do I have to do? Kill everything? Oh, there's still... Oh, that way. Okay. That took a little long. What are we gonna get for options now, game?
Don't get overconfident just because you beat.
Ah,
the
that's
first of
annoying. Bosses deal more damage and take less damage. I think we'll do that one. As annoying as it is. But the other one could show up when I'm channeling. Just gotta be moving. Oh, whoa! Oh yeah. I regret my choice. There we go. That was annoying to deal with, but we dealt with it. We almost didn't, though. We got there.
This is just a warm-up.
Minus 50 to elemental resistance and to maximum. My elemental resistances are good except for grasping vine. I think we'll go grasping vines. It's annoying, but
Overwhelms. Cling to life.
I'm just trying to make the boss fight as easy as possible. Oi. Okay. Oi.
Nature takes what's owed.
Okay, these volatiles I'm never picking again. I didn't think it was that bad. But it's every fucking monster. I should have just read it. I will be honest, I did realize there was every monster. I didn't realize every single one of them was going to be a massive threat.
What mad fiends?
I thought, yeah, I could probably take like a couple of them and it'll be fine. But no. They're basically dead. I mean, I can eat like 2 or 3. The problem is they stun me. It's fine. We should be at the boss now, right? I think this is only a 1 boss challenge, isn't it? And the boss isn't gonna spawn them. Well, maybe, but the challenge is over when I kill the boss. Maybe I'll have to watch out for the boss spawning one last one, but...
This is just the beginning.
Monsters protected by energy shield, runes will appear. We'll do the runes.
Lightning descends.
I think they're easiest to deal with.
Attested. Vaal engineer.
No true beast of the wild, but an abomination.
Come on! Damn. We almost got it in one go. I'm standing in that. What the fuck? I'm dead. Ooh.
These are abominations, still in form.
There we go. Just a little bit more damage on the spit and I can one phase everything.
Long have I awaited a suitable challenger. Many have attempted my trials. The rules, chaos is watching.
Oh, I'm interested in seeing what we get from this one. Wait, is this not soul core? I guess soul cores don't count for the thing. No, only runes and idols. Okay.
You have proven yourself to chaos.
That's a bit sad.
Approach the altar and receive your reward, challenger.
He has a bigger one, yeah. Okay, so there's a part of me that wants to go here. There's a part of me that wants to go for this. Do we go? There's not really any, like, going for the spirit would be kind of easy. But there's no real benefit to doing it right now. Yeah, he has a bigger dragon, yeah. Now we could go for Furious Wellspring and then be like a spell boy. Then we have to completely redo everything. It might not be too bad. We could also just go for exposure with a 10 random damage. I feel like we're gonna go here. It's just a little bit boring. I could unspec Wisdom of the Magi and go Furious Wellspring. That is the thing I could do. Kind of want Sacred Flow, but not right now. There's no real reason to get it now. How does the how does this one read? So it costs you 6 rage per second. And it requires me to be 52. Cannot gain rage while using the skill. Take this guy similarly use a jet of fire, channeling it against after, but can be prolonged by spending range. How long does it take? Rage cost is ignored for first 4 seconds of channeling. You get 4 seconds of it. How do you empower it? Consumes a power charge if possible to empower the skill. Gaining extra lightning damage and spending rage more slowly. Oh, okay. And it's an attack, right? It's an attack. AoE sustained fire duration channeling detonator. Detonator? Shapeshift, text to the sky, simulating immediately channeling enters a short time, but can be prolonged when you consume power charge. What's the detonator? So it just detonates things, I guess? Okay, cool. If we're doing this, but you can't, so there's no real point in doing the whole rage generation thing if you can't generate rage while you're in there. I thought the skill couldn't generate rage, but it'll actually just say that you can't, right? The question is whether or not it's worth it to take wherever it is, this thing. 100% more maximum rage. Regenerate 1 rage per second per 4 rage spent recently. No rage effect. So, no rage effect. Is Druidic Champion considered a rage effect? I mean, I could see that it is, but the question is, when does it remove and when does it add? There is a part of me that just wants to go Bringer of the Apocalypse with the flame breath and just go. But I don't think it fits because this is a spell. So, I mean, this would work very well with Furious Wellspring. And I don't think the burning one. I'm a little bit sad that it's only idols and runes. So that means that these, are they also runes? If these are runes, it's okay. But the fact that it isn't soul cores is a little bit sad. I think that's a bit sad. What do we do for now? There's no point in doing Sacred Flow. We're literally getting nothing for it. Are we just gonna go the boring defensive option? Like, Sacred Flow won't do anything. Like, I don't have... Even if I were to use the one I have, there's nothing I want. Like, the only thing I want, really, is... The only thing I want, really, is Eternal Rage. If I'm being honest. Become attuned to all elements, building up fire, cold, and lightning resistance based on the highest element damage type to by your elemental, and the more resonant of any type you have. Lose 3 resonance. I don't like that. Berserk sounds pretty good, but I just don't see myself being able to sustain it. Non-channeling spells. I don't know, it almost had to be like cast on crit or something, but that's also just kind of sad. Oh, fucking no, man. If I'm being honest. I feel like they... Was there always this few freaking... I guess Ghost Dance is an option, but I don't evade. Arctic Armor, maybe? But why? So it'd be something like... I mean, I guess some of the heralds might be okay. Convalescence, what does that do? While active, grants a skill that you use to instantly begin recharging your energy shield and gain a buff for duration that prevents recharge being interrupted. I guess that's a thing we could do. They remove Grim Freeze from the game, basically. We could go Herald of Vash, I guess. Wind Dancer. No, we're not doing evasion. Why is armor so shit in the, what's it called, the aura department. I guess we could go with a banner. It's just another thing to keep track of. But 25% attack speed and 25% more attack damage sounds pretty good. So it's basically Herald. Then we got Barrier. I guess we could do that. Bugskin would probably do that. Blasphemy is a thing we could do. Blasphemy would be a thing we could do, actually. That, like, we could get 120 extra spirit. That could be 2 curses in blasphemy. That does sound pretty good. There is combat frenzy as well. We're not really freezing or electrocuting though. What do we have? Defiance is armor and movement speed. Elemental invocation. While active gains energy when you free shock ignite. Okay. Herald of Plague, Lingering Illusion, Mirage Archer, Overwhelming Presence is what I got. Shard Scavenger. Oh, that's the crossbow thing. Siphon Elements, Remnants created. Time of Need, Trail Castle. Doesn't the wolf like buff you in some way, or are they just... I thought they did. Maybe they don't. Maybe it's in the... Maybe it's in the skill thing? Like... Where is it? Pounce or... Summon wolf. It doesn't say anything. I don't know. Maybe they don't do anything. I think we're just gonna take the boring defensive option. I mean, it is what it is. Like, there's no real benefit for me gaining 120 spirit right now. Like, not really. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I mean, honestly, whenever I unequip my chest piece, I might be happy, but... I don't really think I care. I didn't even check if they were good. I'm honestly a little bit... The more I play PoE 2, the less I feel like I have a wellspring of options and cool interactions like I do in PoE 1. It feels so overwhelming what I can do. PoE 1 is like, oh, you can just do fucking everything. I feel like every time I look at something in PoE 1, there's like 1,000 things I can do with it. Whereas whenever I look at something in PoE 2, it's kind of D4-esque in the sense that, well, you can do 3 things with it. I mean, D4 you can do one thing with it, but I just, maybe I don't understand the game well enough. I just feel so limited in PoE 2, especially as opposed to PoE 1. I don't like it.
These statues.
This is a
It's like they're watching me.
a Vaal ruin that hasn't been looted. No one from camp has managed to make this mechanism.
I'd love to see the complexity of PoE 1 enter PoE 2.
Bloody rust bucket.
I'm not sure if it's just a matter of time anymore. Because they are pretty adamant that they don't want the...
This must be a soul core. Nasty thing.
That they don't want the weapons to overlap. And I don't think it's ever gonna have the same complexity unless you let the weapon things overlap. Bro. You get stuck on a lot of shit with the animal forms, huh? Oh, my adaptations. I have one to fire and one to lightning. So I just need to get one for cold and I'm golden. Now I got two for for fire. So do they swap based on the damage I take, or are this just what they are now? They should swap, right? Like,
Oh, goodness.
Confounded things! Nature takes what's old.
nature takes what's old. This is a big point. I'd like to think that was the difference between one-shotting the... what's it called? One-shotting the boss we just did and not. Go here. Oh yeah, it's swapped to 2 lightning now.
74 shipments of soul cores in the span of 3 moons. 74 shipments, and it still won't be enough. If our fears become realized, we have put our lives on the line because Doriani asked us to do so. I accept this, and I am not a traitor to the Queen, but sometimes loyalty requires protecting her from her own mistakes. We need more time. We just need more time.
Untouched by the treasure hunters.
Okay. Oh no, that's not good. We're getting level 3 support gems now. Okay. Jesus, what the fuck? Oh, nothing happened. Well, it did not seem like I did any damage there. Any fire damage, really.
Oh my! What is this?
Well, she has something to say about the Vaal ruins now.
What's going on here?
A temple of sorts. Didn't know what to make of it.
A temple? I like the sound of that. Well, go on then. Don't dally.
I don't feel like that worked. It literally said empowered. Why does it not work? This is not... Is it? Maybe it is. Don't I have flat fire as well? Oh, maybe I don't. I guess I don't. Okay, well that's underwhelming. Explorer armor. So I'm just gonna empty my inventory before we go in there. But we do need some crafting.
Bye-bye.
We'll do this first. Not that one.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we got a fucking 5 of these. Do I just slam 5 alchemies on there and see if they're even worth it?
Hey there.
Well, I guess I don't have to... I guess I don't have to carry them in there. We can always clear it and then see what happens, see what we got available, and then make decisions based on that. I think that makes more sense. Okay. We just go into the temple.
Oh, my word. Lyra Vaal. What a find!
Okay.
This is Lyra Vaal, once the capital of the Empire. And that is the Royal Temple, home to Queen Atziri in her final days.
It's no wonder I can feel such darkness here.
This was where the end began, so to speak.
That's cool.
This was the capital of the Vaal Empire for much of its history, but some sort of incident burnt much of it down. After that, Exile became the seat of power until Queen Atziri returned the royal court to Lyra Vaal and rebuilt it. Atziri's treasure vaults are legendary. I can only hope they're somewhere inside.
The air still reeks of sorrow.
Okay.
Terrible things happened in that temple.
Then let us purge what pain still lingers.
Okay.
In my readings, accounts of the cataclysm are scattered, as one might expect. Some say it began here. Some say it happened at the mountain we now call Highgate. Supposedly, it had something to do with Atziri's obsession with immortality. But that's all the survivors knew. The Empire died in a single night. Only 3,126 Vaal survived to reach the Azmiri Mountains.
A few escaped to the wildwood by pure chance, but they did not last long. It was already too late.
What happened to them?
They met a terrible fate.
Ooh. I want details.
You'll not get them from me.
Fine.
Okay.
The legends differ on the
I
source
wanted
of
details
her.
as well.
Some say she demanded tribute from all over the Empire. Some say suitors and power seekers simply gifted it to her in vast caravans.
Why? What did they hope to gain?
Pussy.
Her favor. Their lives. Supposedly, in many cases, simple acknowledgement. They were that desperate for her approval.
When folks surrender their will to another, such madness marks the end. I know it all too well.
Okay.
Yes, we have the benefit of history, but they couldn't see it. In any case, if the vaults actually existed, they were lost in the cataclysm. But this is a great place to start looking.
Okay. Let's see what we can do. So we got ourselves a guardhouse, which we should place around here. Then we got this, which would upgrade both of those. So we'll put that there, I guess. Are we just gonna try and go here then? Oh, I can't. This can't be placed anywhere. Okay, wild. Let's do... Wait. I guess we do this. I guess we do... See, the thing is, I don't want to put it here because there's some good shit you can do with that spot. So, I think we do this. As dumb as it might seem. Run. Got anything to say to that? Let's see what we're given.
The old fox again?
Probably stood right here. Oh, I wish I could have seen this in its prime.
Okay. Oh, I always go there. Guess that wasn't an option today.
Pilers are dead!
Primal Talisman. I don't think that one's good enough anymore. Not after we got the rage one. Okay. Let's go deal with the automaton labs. How did that not get hit by the first 3 swipes? So this place had nothing despite being a level 2. And this place had nothing despite being a level 2. I'm not entirely sure I understand how this fucking temple works. Am I just unlucky? No, this had nothing as well, despite being level 2. So we got one Exalt, and I saw we got a Regal in the other one. Add a room treasure vault.
Oh, look at that! A blood medallion. I think I've got something in here about those. Ah, yes! This will come in handy for exploring the temple further. Let's see what we can do with it back at the console.
Okay. So far, one Regal, one Exalt is what we got. This ain't gonna be much of a upgrade session, huh? Okay, so 2 Exalts and a Regal. Gotcha. So basically we can make one item. Right. So let's get... What I'm thinking is we have all of those weapons. We'll try and make a weapon. I don't know how likely we are to get an upgrade, but we'll try. So I'm thinking what we do is we roll all of them with regular magic magic currency. If we get something good, we'll use the Regal on that. If we don't, we'll just what's it called? Hit it with an Exalt.
Be wary.
Sorry, not Exalt. Hit it with a Alchemy Orb. So this one is probably regalable, but let's try the other ones just because. Well, we got a good one. That one, this one, this one. Oh, please be good. Oh, I almost want to focus a little bit on this. Look at that shit. Bro, is it already an upgrade? 9... Oh, wait, I'm not in. 14. It's 300 off, and it's just rare. Can I go to my hideout? Can I use the currency exchange? No, right?
Aye, bit of peace at last.
No. Okay. Ooh, okay, so this is one of those where it's like, what do? Do we kind of have to gamble, right? There is a world where we wait until we find a suitable, what's it called, essence, but we could force crit onto it. But is that better than taking a gamba on the... Is that better than taking a gamba on the... Probably is, right? Probably better than taking a gamba on the regal. We'll try. We'll do it. And then I think I got a... Oh, I don't have... I thought I had a desecration for it, but I don't. Are we just gonna slam this with 2 exalts? I mean, bro. It's 200 damage off being better and it doesn't have anything in here. Before we do anything, let's just hit these. How good is this? Oh, shit. Okay. Let's just hit these with terrible. That's not too bad. These 2 are terrible. Oh shit, lunch. Let's go. These 2 are kind of bad. This one's pretty good. Nina has vacation, so she made me lunch. It's so good. All right, let's see. These 2 were ass, so we'll just get rid of them.
Don't drink the water.
This one is virtually already better. This one we'll hold on to. It could get good. This one is also pretty good. We'll take both of these. This one could, I mean, we'll see. If we slam and it gets, this one gets something completely horseshit or whatever, we'll see. But yeah, we do also gotta start eating, so we're gonna find something to watch. I don't think we're gonna finish the stalling podcast. They were kind of just yapping. Hopefully there's some interviews I've missed for sure.
Probably stood right here. Oh, I wish I could have seen this in its prime.
So the regal, wait, we forgot to get anything for the regal. We don't have anything to use on the regal on. Here's the exalt. Which one do we leave in the most? This one. Come on, flat fist. Stun build up. I mean, that's bad. It didn't break it at least. Come on, flat fist. Increased elemental damage with attacks. Ah. It's not even better for oil barrage. And then we got a regal. Can I just take the regal? No. Can I be fucked with the regal? No, I cannot be asked with the regal. I really can't. Let's see then. Do you have anything to say? No. Okay. The architect of expansion was always distant, working on projects the heir to the empire. He discusses his excuse vanished soon after his daughter was given a position at the royal temple. We add a treasure vault. Okay, well, I don't want to do that now. I'm closing the fucking temple. Please just remove some of this shit. Wow. Get fucked, fence, I guess. That was not great. Please give it flat fizz. Flat cold. Ah, it's ass now, isn't it? It is probably actually still an upgrade. Can we see what this turns into? Flat fizz. Damn. Okay, so what is this one? That one's worse. So honestly, this one is already an upgrade. It's just we'd have to spend runes on it, and I don't have any strength runes. I think we'll hold on to this one. As much as it is an upgrade right now, we'll put it here. This one is dead on arrival. Sad. Okay, let us find. I think there's an interview with. There's probably one with that talkative try guy, right? I think there was one with someone else as well. Path of Exile to interview. Let's just search for that. Yeah, there's one with talkative try. We'll watch that one. We'll watch that one while we eat. Full screen. We haven't revealed this yet. It's called apparently. Turn up the volume. Let's give it a go.
Yet another episode of the Still Sane podcast. I am here with the game director on Path of
Let's
Exile
go.
2, Jonathan Rogers, to talk all things
Oh, I didn't mute for
0.4,
that, sorry.
Fate of the Vaal, the last of the Druids. There's a lot packed into this update. But before we get to all that's packed into it and many burning community questions on it, I did want to take a few minutes to talk about what's not packed into it, okay? And that's obviously the endgame, right? Endgame was slated to have a big revamp for 0.4. It was pushed to 0.5. You guys were very upfront about that. Now, one question I've seen a lot in the community is, given in 0.3, you guys did push a good chunk of substantive endgame changes in that 0.1 update that ended up being pretty positively received. Do you know if there's any chance or opportunity for a 0.1 patch for 0.4 wherein you do make some endgame alterations?
We certainly could do that, but if we're doing that, it'll be because we're seeing feedback about more mechanical things as opposed to content. Like, one of the big things that we that's supposed to be coming for the end game is a lot more content stuff and change to the Atlas tree and that kind of thing. So I don't think we'd be doing that in like a 0.4.1 type update. It's more about like if there's something that's like going wrong with what we've got, or like things where we're like we're unhappy with the current way it's working. That's the kind of changes that we would then do in a 0.4.1. But in terms of like content, those would usually be for the larger kind of releases. So that's where we'll be seeing that.
That makes total sense and expected.
I think it would be dumb to release freaking content patch in a 0.1. Like, you need to save that for the hype, right? Like, but yeah, obviously changes and fixes and stuff.
From me, then the systems that you currently have implemented, the Arbiter of Ash, okay? He has this new reward to beating him. You unlock rare tablets so you can juice your maps a lot more than you could previously in 0.31. Now, the Arbiter, unless there are some secret changes not in the patch notes, is still an RNG gated pinnacle boss. You have to go out from the middle of the Atlas, you got to find the citadels, and I gotta say, just from my own personal experience and many anecdotes I've seen across, people will get to level 92, 93, pushing out, looking at the Burning Monolith, and they will not find the Arbiter. Do you guys have any changes planned there, especially now that he's locking behind such a substantial piece of endgame juicing content?
So I think that in 031 we did. I can't remember whether it was in 031 or whether it might have gone. We did improve the like the number of them quite a lot. It's actually like it is random right now, but it's the plan is to like. I mean, one of the things we want to do when we're improving the end game is we've talked before about how we want to improve the feeling of not having goals, and one of the ways to do that is to kind of questify some of the mechanics for like the various league mechanics and so on. So they've kind of got like predefined places where you can kind of do those things like at the start, right? So the idea would be like at the start there's kind of a quest line. It's going to tell you, you need to go here and do this, that kind of thing, and then it's only once you reach the end of that kind of quest line element that you would then get the sort of full random like stuff. And so that would mean that like for the first time that you fight a lot of this content, there'd be a predefined way to do that. The challenge part is kind of intermixing the kind of random elements of the end game in with like a kind of a more of a storyline type, you have to do this then that kind of thing. So that's kind of what we've got like going on.
That's pretty good.
What we hope to do later, and that will mean that you no longer have that RNG element as much for some of that stuff that's sort of imperative to do. But the thing is that like I still don't want it to be that when you start the end game, it's just like a completely predefined experience like the campaign. There needs to be an element of randomness to it. So it's really just a question of like how to kind of get those mixed elements. But yeah, one thing I can mention, I don't know if if people know exactly how.
I think having a predetermined way to get to the Arbiter the first time, like a questing version, right? Get a question version of Searing Exarch, you get a questing version of Eater of Worlds, right? I think, and it also you got a quest leading you to the Maven. I think those are really good. I think they should do that for the Arbiter, especially because he has that rare tablet unlock behind him.
This works, but there are these like macro blocks in the in the random algorithm that it uses, and within one of those we do guarantee actually, how does it work exactly? There's something like there's an arbiter, like out of one in every 2 macro blocks, and like within a macro block, it's like a certain defined area. You're always going to find all three citadels. So like it's kind of like it's not fully random. Like we have sort of like toned down the randomness compared to how it was like right in the beginning. But I do understand you can still have a situation where like just due to unluckiness, you kind of like go right between 2 of the blocks. You don't really know. I mean, they're not obvious, right? So that can kind of mean that you can still feel quite unlucky, even though technically there's kind of a defined rate of them that you'll get.
Right. Okay. All right. Yeah, I just know a lot of people are probably going to end up trading for fragments if they're playing the market and stuff like that. So hopefully with 0.5 we get the improved, like more like you said, streamlined for.
I think that you'll appreciate that the changes that are coming as far as like the Atlas story, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Exciting stuff. 0.5 is going to be good. Okay, a few more endgame things that I just wanted to touch on here. There's also been a lot of people asking about greater zoom for the Atlas, since that's so many nodes and everything. Is there any plan on making that happen?
I do want to look into that pretty soon. One of the reasons we didn't do the zoom initially so much was just because of performance issues. I've been concentrating a lot on performance recently, so this is something that I could now probably look at again and see whether or not the performance is going to be better. There's still quite a lot to come there though with performance, and so you know, like, and I basically, honestly at this point, I should probably check again and see what the performance is like if we allow greater zoom. It really is just a performance concern. So we can definitely do that. I mean, there might be some clarity issues, but I'm sure we can solve that. I mean, people have like got various hacks to allow zooming out extra and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So therefore, like, it's not like too bad or anything. I mean, people do want it. So yeah, if as long as we can get the performance of it fine, then it's probably fine to do.
A slight side tangent here. You mentioned you've been focusing a lot on the performance, and I know you also said that you coded the core system of Fate of the Vaal, the actual temple. Do you do a lot of the hands-on like coding with all these things, right?
I wonder if they could just make a setting where it's like, I want more zoom, and they'd be like, this is gonna lower performance below what we have set, like we think is appropriate. So just at your own risk. But people are still probably going to be pissed about it.
Now
I don't usually, but in this league, yeah, I did the Fate of the Vaal core like simulation, and then yeah, I did get a bit involved in the performance work. Like, one of the things you can get in a game company is that like you've got all these specialists, right? And it's like, here's a guy who's working on UI, and here's a guy who's working on gameplay, and here's a guy who's working on like core engine stuff, and it's like people can often lose focus on the larger picture. Because it's very easy to look at something and kind of be like, oh, okay, well, this is, you know, the gameplay team needs to work about that. And so it's hard sometimes for someone with a more global look to come along and kind of say, okay, well, if we look at all these together, what are the problems, you know, looked at as a larger system? And so that's when it can kind of be a bit useful for me to step in and be like, okay, like, let's try to work out some kind of, you know, coordination here to actually try and find that stuff out. So one of the, I mean, if you want to like talk about it, I can talk about the technical details. Like what we did previously, we, you know, like when you're rendering the game, you've got like, and simulating the game, you've got like effectively a job system where you've got like, you know, here's the CPU cores that you've got, here's the jobs that we want to, you know, to run on those cores. And previously we had this very ad hoc system where like, you know, this thing would queue some jobs and that thing would queue some jobs, and they all had their own synchronization of like when to know when was finished and when one wasn't and all that kind of stuff. And what I effectively did was write a like a job system that allows for kind of like creating a global view on like when to run things and so on. And then once you've got that, it's sort of easy to tell like this can run alongside this and this can't run alongside that and all that kind of thing. And you can effectively express all these dependencies. And then once we had that, then all the programmers in the various systems can then go and start, you know, putting things in there. And then everything now runs just a lot more concurrently than it did before. So the major change we had was just making it so that, yeah, we can take advantage of more of your CPU because we're running things concurrently that previously weren't allowed to run at the same time. And then, of course, there was also just other optimizations, just like, hey, this is slow, that is slow. You know, we get spikes when you do this, you get spikes when you do that.
Right.
Just that kind of stuff, you know, that I just kept on pounding people, you know, like, no, we need to fix this, we need to fix this. And one of the other things as well is just really making sure that we never get a situation where a resource that's needed is not available at the point where we need it. So that's been something we've been focused on for quite a while now, actually, kind of getting all those things sorted out. And a lot of the time that's what leads to spikes, because you go and you use a skill and then like, oh, the texture for this wasn't loaded or whatever it is, and then now you have to wait for that to happen, and so you get a frame spike. So we're just like fixing all of those kinds of problems and generally improving that kind of thing.
Well, the baseline performance improvements look fantastic, and I know that was the number one thing that people had a lot of problems with. Console,
yeah, there's
PC,
thing, but,
like, yeah, so it's awesome.
But there's still a lot more to do. Like, I know, like, just even looking at what we've got, like, there's quite a lot more that could be optimized, like, just on a more individual level. And it's still funny the way that you find things like, you know, just to pick a random example, like we found out like a week ago or something that we were iterating through the whole UI 3 times every frame, you know, like that kind of thing. It's like you look at it and you're like, okay, that's not really very good. You know, like it doesn't matter that much. Like in the end, right, that particular thing only was like 0.3 milliseconds, right? It's not actually adding up to like a huge amount, but like in the, you know, it's like it's just lots of little things like that all add up to something, which you know, is a problem, right?
Yeah.
So you go through things and you find them, you remove them one at a time. And you know, now a funny thing we actually ran into the other day is we actually ran into a problem that only reproduced when the FPS was too high. So we're like over 400 FPS, you actually start to get this kind of problem. And I'm like, that's not normally a problem that you normally run into. I mean, this is in like a test scene that was like really empty, but previously we couldn't even achieve that kind of FPS.
Right.
So we never found that kind of problem before. And another funny thing about that one is it turns out that the code for that that was bugged. Went back to commit number 1632, which I did 18 years ago myself. It was a bug in my code from 18 years ago. It was like right in the depths of the code base. There was like a rounding problem with that I added that long ago, and so it was kind of funny to see that sort of stuff all the way back in the early history.
Okay, that's wild that you have the date, like the date's going all the way back then. You have everything tracked.
Yeah, I mean, we've got our version control just goes all the way back to the very first commit of the company from right from the beginning.
Very nice. Okay, and I know it's interesting though. The massive improvements. Thank you for the tangent. I appreciate it, Jonathan. Okay, swapping gears back to PoE 2 specifically. So another question that a lot of people have about PoE 2's end game is the severe punishment for death. Okay, we have minus XP. We have the inability to use tablets on map nodes. We lose any special things that were attached to that map node when you die. And now we're losing our limbs that we earn in the temple. So a lot of people are wondering, does it need to be that punishing? Is there any room to like relax a tad on it? I do think there should be some punishment, but what's your opinion on this?
So, I mean, it comes down to all of those things have different purposes that are kind of important. So, the XP penalty obviously would be the main one that people would, want to chat about. And effectively, that one, it is important to me that there is a reason.
The XP one is the least annoying. That's not the one we want gone. I don't think. Or I don't. Yeah, I don't like it, but I'm fine with it. Yeah, there needs to be a risk. Fine, whatever. I hate the fact that my map closes after a death. I hate the fact that I lose the ability to make that map a good map. I hate the fact that anything that was special about the map is now gone. Right? Like, lose XP, fine, whatever. But all the other shit, that's really tilting.
Reason why you can't just build entirely glass cannon. And if we didn't have the XP penalty in in-game maps, you wouldn't you'd just be able to do that. Now, in PoE 2, we obviously removed the penalty that we used to have in PoE 1 during the campaign, and that's because there really wasn't a thing that was giving us, right? So if you're going to have a penalty for death, it needs to be like achieving some kind of gameplay goal, and here what we want to do is actually make the in-game ladder competitive and not just have it that the strongest glass cannon wins. Like, there needs to be an element of, like, you do need to actually build defenses if you want to get to level 100, and I think probably the major reason why we see a lot of pushback about this is because the community often have an expectation that getting to level 100 is a thing that you should be doing, but like we've never seen it that way, because it's kind of like, okay, level 100 is supposed to be the thing that like only the like top people actually do. But I think that what you've had a situation where there's a lot of games where getting to max level is kind of like not like that, like it's not a huge deal, like if you're talking about like like traditional MMOs and stuff like that, right? Like getting to max level is just like table stakes to even begin the end game in a lot of those cases. So because we're not like that, because the ladder is actually competitive, and because you have a thing where you're not necessarily expected to reach that to kind of finish the game, as it were. It just sort of means that there's a bit of a different situation. So I think some of it can just come down to, what are we doing to communicate the fact that level 100 doesn't have to be your actual final goal. And like, to be honest, like the last few levels of like getting from like 96 or something to 100, it's not like you're getting a huge amount of power for doing that, right? With an extra 4 passives, it's not like the hugest deal. Like, you get a much larger amount of power from just like all the other stuff you're doing. So that's what that penalty is doing. Now the map, removing the stuff in the maps penalty, the specific problem that's solving is that we don't want it to be that there's an incentive to kill yourself and fail the map on purpose in order to re-get some of the rewards in the map. So effectively what we do is remove all the rewards in the map once you die, specifically just to prevent that kind of item farming abuse that would otherwise happen.
Can you just make it so I have 6 portals? And if I fail the 6 portals, then it closes?
Have there. So it's not like I want that penalty per se, it just fixes the exploit you'd otherwise have. So if we had another way to address that, then we would just not do that. It's entirely just down to that
6
that
portals
thing.
Right.
So I mean, that's sort of an example of thing. Now the limb thing, I just thought it would be a cool.
It's cool.
We just thought it'd be a cool thing. Like, that was just like a sort of Swan League. Like, I just thought it'd be a sort of fun thing. I do like occasionally having like quirky and out there mechanics. So yeah, that's what that one's about.
Yeah, that one was a little jokey. I did have one other one that I wanted to touch on too that I didn't include in that list. So when people juice maps now in PoE 2, the more mods equals the less portals. When you have maximum number of mods on your waystone, you get 1 portal.
Yeah, that sucks.
Do you think that might be a tad too punish? Like, would you ever swap it to 2 portals? So you do have a little bit of leeway if you're going full in, 6 mods, corrupted, everything, or no? You like the max punishment there?
Yes, I like the fact that you go down to 1 life. Like the hardest content is 1 life exactly. I guess the thing there is, once again, like there's the
Just play
expectation. Like
hardcore.
I would hope that most people towards the end game aren't dying most of the time. And really, there's a bit of a communication element here too that we're trying to do, which is to communicate the idea that if the maps are too hard for you, then maybe run less mods on them, right? Like make it less hard for yourself, so that you get a little bit of that sort of easier time. And so my hope is that can kind of is the thing that gets communicated by that, like by that element. I guess it's not been something that's particularly come up for me as a problem recently, so I guess it's one of those things that I'd have to maybe have another think about. But yeah, it's not really on my radar as like that being a particular thing.
That's so annoying.
I'm curious. A lot of people were wondering if you were going to stream your gameplay at any point. Is that something that's still in the cards? I know you mentioned.
So I actually was
JP interview.
I was pretty keen on that, and I was actually talking to another streamer recently about it, and he was sort of saying that he didn't think it was actually a good idea in practice, and the reason is because, like the way I would treat it would be like it's like a good time where I can just enjoy myself and have a gaming session. But what he was saying is what people will treat that as is like judging me continuously for every single minor thing. It's
yes,
like if I don't pick up an item or if I just like don't, over there, I'm going to be completely judged by that. He was sort of saying you really shouldn't do that
That's
because
a fair
it's
point.
just going to result in this like random those kinds of issues. And I feel sad about that because honestly, I would love to just have a good time, just like having a chat to someone, playing the game, that kind of thing. But he was saying like you're probably gonna regret doing it if I do.
Yeah.
So I'm not so sure about that one, unfortunately, due to that reason. But
people can be brutal. They can be brutal, dude.
I mean, that's absolutely what's going to happen.
I was asking because you mentioned you didn't have the issue. Have you been playing like some of the end game? I know in the past you said you mostly play the campaign and then reset when you're testing.
Yeah, I do mostly play campaign and then don't go play much of the end game. And the reason is because mostly what I'm playing is I'm playing at home on the dev build. I'm like testing a new character, that kind of stuff. So I don't often get a chance to play much of the end game stuff. Now the person who does do that a lot is Mark. Like Mark plays the end game a lot, and usually he's playing multiplayer as well because he wants to make sure that all the multiplayer issues get tested because usually in QA, like multiplayer specific problems don't come up a lot. Because they're obviously all testing individual things or whatever. So by testing multiplayer, you can actually make sure that we don't have kind of catastrophic issues, and a lot of them come up and especially more subtle ones, like along with bosses and things like that, because like bosses need to have AI specifically for multiplayer and that kind of thing, and you don't necessarily got a lot of opportunity to test that in the normal office environment.
Right. Okay, great. Let's move on to, I think, one of the most controversial topics of the entire patch. One that I was so pumped about when I first heard. I think it came out of, I think it was Mark's mouth, okay? 40% reduced monster density in endgame maps, okay? That was a big change that was made. I played a ton of 0.3 and I had a great time, but after that patch, I had seen the game as moving a lot more toward the Path of Exile 1 identity. You're zooming through maps, you're blowing up screens of mobs, there's not a lot of engaging combat going on in the end game, and I was like, okay, that's fine, whatever, they'll kind of morph into the same game eventually. And then when I read through the patch notes and when I saw your guys' presentation for 0.4 and you said that line, I was like, oh my gosh, they're trying to build more visual clarity back into the game. They're trying to maybe make combat more engaging. Could you break down what your goals were with that? I know you talked about swarming. Was it more beyond that, or is it just a swarming thing?
Okay.
So
they're talking about
I guess there's several issues, right?
Yeah.
So one
I
of them
kind of missed some of it because I was talking to Nina, so I have to go back. They're talking about the 40% reduction and swarminess. I'm kind of interesting because I don't like this. I'm sad that the death question was kind of brushed aside, him saying that he didn't have the issue and such. Like, I think it's the biggest fucking crock of bullshit PoE 2 has at the moment. It's the fact that I have to play hardcore, basically, with my maps. It's like, bro, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. It's like, yeah, it's not that it happens that often, but it's still one of those things where if I just want to push the envelope a little bit, I can't. Like, let's say my character is like tier 14. I'm cruising. Tier 15, I die a bit too often to go there. Tier 16, I could do it, but I'm more than likely going to die a couple of times a map. if I want to just push the envelope a little bit and have like a little bit of a challenge, a little bit of a more like what's it called, high stakes, high octane kind of gameplay session, if that is what I want right now, I just can't do it in PoE 2 because the moment I die, the map's gone. So there's no point. Whereas in PoE 1, I have 6 portals, I have 6 chances, right? Like, so it's like, I'll probably, if my character is at all even remotely capable of doing tier 16s, I'll probably complete it. And there's enough penalties already. Like, I lose experience every time. I don't need any more penalties than that. It's like, and I get the, whenever you lose your map, you lose everything on it. I'm fine with that. That is fine in a vacuum. And I understand the fear of abuse, but it's just, the problem is when you add that onto only having one portal, it's just ass. Like, if I wanted that kind of gameplay, I'd play hardcore. Like, it's, you already have a game mode for it. It's like, oh, well, but you don't lose your character. No, I don't. But maybe the reason I don't like losing my character is because I don't like losing shit in general. It's like, whenever it's one mistake and you just lose something, it's like, ugh. I'm okay with having like, it doesn't have to be 6 either. Like, I'm okay with 3. But even 2 would be a massive improvement because at least I can fuck up once. But I don't always want to just be completely fucking locked in, full sweaty tryhard. Sometimes I want to just cruise, and I don't want to have to go down in maps to do that.
I think it came out of, I think it was Mark's mouth. Okay, 40% reduced monster density in endgame maps. Okay, that was a big change that was made. I played a ton of 0.3 and I had a great time, but after that patch, I had seen the game as moving.
You got a Canadian bed ad, Canadian DoorDash, and Avatar, and you got some Netflix. I hope the bed ad, that should pay well. Maybe I got $0.02 for that one.
A lot more toward the Path of Exile 1 identity. You're zooming through maps, you're blowing up screens of mobs. There's not a lot of engaging combat going on in the end game. And I was like, okay, you know, that's fine, whatever. They'll kind of morph into the same game eventually. And then when I read through the patch notes and when I saw your guys' presentation for 0.4 and you said that line, I was like, oh my gosh, they're trying to build, you know, more visual clarity back into the game. They're trying to maybe make combat more engaging. Could you break down what your goals were with that? I know you talked about swarming.
Oh,
was it more beyond that, or is it just the swarming thing?
So I mean, I guess there's several issues, right? So one of them is the swarming for sure, just like the problem where like a lot of people were very unhappy about that. I do think that it just was too much.
Cool,
like I think in fact the numbers were just wrong from the start. Like we just, for whatever reason, got that incorrect with the monster pack stuff we did in endgame. The issue that we had, of course, was like, you know, nerfing this is controversial, like 100%. I mean, like, I say
like
nerfing,
swarms,
but it's like, it isn't so much a nerf exactly, right? Like, there's still the same amount of life you have to kill from monsters. It's a question of whether it's distributed from multiple monsters or not. And I think the issue that we really had was just that we were limiting the number of builds that were viable at endgame. Right. Like kind of unintentionally, right? Because you had, like, there was just a minimum amount of kind of AoE clearing you had to do to make it work.
We got a little bit of extra work to do.
And so we wanted to make it so that you can play a spammy build, but you can also play a build that, you know, like concentrates on bigger hits that are smaller in AoE. Like both of those things should be allowed. And
that is a fair point.
Way it was just kind of wasn't really allowing for that. Now, because
I think this density reduction is going to be amazing when we have the option to not have it. Like, I fully understand the whole, like, yeah, you don't have the whole swarminess, you don't have thousands and thousands of monsters, maybe you just have thousands, right? Like, just even like 40% reduction, right? So halving the amount of monsters. Yeah, all of a sudden, okay, well, higher damage is needed to kill things in one shot, but you don't have to have the whole like screen clearing. Maybe you can deal with like half a screen or whatever, and it's gonna make more builds viable. I completely respect that. I think it's really good, but it's gonna suck ass until we can pick to get the swarms back, because the swarms to me are the cool shit. Like I love the idea of I being able to say, okay, well, I'm playing this, it's more like a, maybe it's a chaining build that has like not too many projectiles and it doesn't chain too much, so I'm really better off having smaller pack sizes. Or if I'm playing, like, I don't know, Volcanic Fissure or freaking, what did I play last? Kinetic Blast, right? Like, well, I want every single monster I can cram into the map, right? I think it'll be so good when we can pick, but right now I think it's a bad change.
The Atlas tree, and especially what we'll do later on, you know, there's like, you know, and just like general speaking, you can add more monsters, you can get more of that stuff, right? So that can still happen. And so I don't think that it's going to end up being, you know, like something where you just feel like monster density is like, you know, like I don't want anyone to ever be thinking like, where's the monsters, right? You don't want that.
Nope.
It still needs to be.
And that
you
is
know,
what
like
I'm thinking right now.
You still want to be at endgame blasting some monsters. It's just that you really need to have it so that it isn't so overwhelming that a person who like, you know, is so that you don't want everyone to feel pushed into, okay, I can only play like the biggest AoE, like lightning spear, this kind of stuff, you know, type of thing, right? Like whatever is the most spammy. So that's really the key goal there. I think, you know, we're going to have to look at it again, like now that we've got another playthrough here, and like, you know, with all the people, and see how it goes. But yeah, I mean that's the basic idea behind it.
Okay. Question about the packs and everything. I think there's 40% less monster packs. That also mean there's less rare monsters, or is the number of rare monsters in maps the same as?
No, the number of rares is the same. Because we didn't reduce the number. We didn't reduce the number of packs. We reduced the number of monsters in a pack, and that, by the way, like the way that's done is by there's this system called effectiveness, which is basically every monster has like a budget of how much. Like how much they are worth, as it were, as a monster, in terms of like how, and it sort of loosely correlates to how damaging they are, but it also translates into lots of other factors, so like how much do they drop, how much experience do they give, all these other things. And effectively what we did is reduce the effectiveness per pack to be lower, so that like the individual packs can be smaller. But that can still be grown again by mods and all the things. Like, so when you add extra monsters with mods, what that's doing is it's increasing the effectiveness budget that a pack has, so that the pack can grow larger. But it doesn't actually change the number of packs, which is what controls things like how many rare monsters you get and that kind of thing. Because there's usually well, there's only one rare per pack usually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
How does it interact with League mechanics like Ritual, wherein the more monsters you have, like the more Ritual favor you get? Have you guys thought about that?
Ritual numbers were balanced basically to counteract this. So like, you know, like it's just like basically, because the goal is not to net rewards here. The goal is to keep those the same. So therefore, anything like that's going to care about something like that, we just adjust the numbers to kind of like sort that out.
Okay, exciting.
Nice.
All right. Now with this change, where there's less monsters per pack, you know, maybe the packs have a little bit more identity. You're supposed to.
That probably means the Ritual will be really good with swarminess when it comes in there.
Rare monsters, and how originally they were going to have a bigger identity in PoE 2.
Right.
And right now, rare monsters are completely enveloped by the modifiers on them. I think we saw this really well with Abyss, where, oh my goodness, some of those Abyssal rare monsters modifiers were killing me. Do you see a world in which PoE 2 maybe returns to that age, where each rare monster is going to be, you know, kind of special? Maybe it's like a 3-4 second fight where you care about the monster, and you don't care so much about the modifiers on the rare monster.
A 3-4 second fight.
Rares more interesting and identified like that. It's just the issue with that is that it's really hard to get time for a change like that, which doesn't see as much immediate return. So it's one of those things where, like, once we get a bit of time, we can do something like that. And what I sort of suspect is we'll probably have like a launch at some point where like that's a big focus, and we make it into a feature, and like we try to like make sure there's something there. But it's just it's kind of like it probably won't be soon. Like I certainly don't think it would be before full release, because it's something that we kind of can't, I think, justify while we're also trying to make, well, in particular, right, like we need all the people working on monsters to be working on you know, Acts 5 and 6 and that kind of stuff. So, you know, like that's the issue that we face trying to do a change of that right now.
Every monster needs the Death Knight treatment. Come on, we want all the monsters to have special abilities.
Yeah.
Okay. Another question a little bit on visual clarity. So environmental clarity, so monsters and
I mean, it would be cool, I guess.
Seem to have been addressed a little bit in this patch in 0.3.1. How about character visual clarity or skill clarity? I remember so vividly listening to you guys, I think you and Chris, talk about, oh, in Path of Exile 2, you'll be shooting 10 arrows instead of 100, but the 10 arrows will have the effectiveness of the 100. Right. In PoE 2, it seems like it's kind of jumped the shark already. You know, we're already in this patch, and you're able to do that with Twister builds, some Lightning Arrow builds. Do you see that as something you want to allow, or something you want to rein in eventually?
It is a very tricky.
I think it's gonna be really hard to make something feel cool if they don't allow us to fire off 100 arrows. Like 100 arrows, even 100 arrows doing 1 damage is still fucking cooler than 10 arrows doing a 1,000, right? Like, it's just inherently cooler to fire off more things.
Key balance for sure.
Otherwise, they have to be bigger.
Look, we are trying to improve the the worst cases, right? So I mean, there was that. I'm seeing some video of like Ziz, like where he's like doing his flashbang build and he puts his dark glasses on, right? It's like that's the thing we really don't want to be really don't want to be required. So I know that there were changes to cluster grenades to make it so that that wasn't as much of a problem. You know, I think that they split. I think they split the functionality of the Nova projectiles thing to kind of like make it so that that was a little bit less crazy. Like we do sort of adjust it where we need to adjust it, and like I know there's also more that we can do as well. Like there's still more temporal culling stuff we can do, which is like a new culling system where we, you know, we can add things in to make things a little bit less spammy. There's stuff like that going on. Like for okay, just a couple of days ago we were fiddling around a bit with the ice explosions, the shatter effect, because that was like a performance problem people had. Like I mostly was caring about performance when I was looking into that, but like, you know, there's things like that we can do to kind of just improve stuff. And by the way, the shatter effect should no longer be a performance problem. It's like now cheaper than the monster that got shattered, so that's good. So there's things like that you know that we can do. But I mean, it's like, you know, really I think that's just you don't want to ruin the fun for people either. So
yes.
I think
I can't open this because I already did, I guess. Why is it
will affect this because it's going to require less spam to be effective necessarily anyway. So, you know, like you'll kind of get that situation where that sort of improves. But look, I just don't want to be seen as like, okay, we're just going to nerf everything, right? Like we are going to do targeted nerfs. We have been doing that. But the thing is as well is that like people sometimes don't appreciate the fact that the way the stuff gets out of control is not necessarily predictable by us. Like it's to do with the combining overlap of like many different things that sort of come together. It's like, oh, now this is really easy to do. And like usually when we've seen situations where the spam could be high, we've kind of been like, okay, sure, it's possible to spam this thing, and we can see what the limits of the player are. But we've always been of the opinion when we can see that and we can test that in advance that, oh, but no one would do that because like for this reason or other reason, the damage is going to be low. It's not actually going to be worth doing. And so then the trouble has been that like someone finds a way to make the damage good, you know, through some combination of things, and then now suddenly there is an advantage to doing this like crazy spam. And so that's always kind of been the thing that's taken us a bit by surprise with some of these balance things. So really that just comes down to better balance and just improving, you know, a lot of those things. But I do appreciate that like there's still concerns around visual clarity. I mean, so like another one, right, with like ground fire can be annoying and that kind of stuff. Like there's certain things that can like be really spammy and kind of bad, and we probably just need to adjust the effects in some cases. But the issue once again there is that I don't want it to turn into like maybe this is a bit of a deep reference, but you don't want it to turn into the kind of like Quake 3 scene of like, you know, just textures to nothing and all that kind of stuff, right? Like you do want like some level of visuals to look reasonable. So yeah, it's just a tough balance. We just like have to slowly grind out and get there.
18.
I'm sure you've seen or heard the feedback about maybe implementing a visual opacity slider for player character effects.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of that kind of thing. Because like look, I understand the desire for it, but I do think that it's better just to like fix skills individually until you get to the point where it's not a problem anymore. Just making everything invisible, I'm just like not a fan of. I really don't like it in games when like something happens and you don't see it. And like also, by the way, just turning there are a lot of effects. If you made them transparent, they would suddenly be very expensive. Just as a random side note, since transparencies do cost more than opaque things in computer
really
graphics.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's because you have to draw two things in that one spot, right? Like if something's transparent, you have to draw all the things of it that are there. But if something's opaque, then the thing behind it is not drawn anymore.
Oh wow, okay, interesting. Nice. All right. So another brief density question here that people have asked about. And I know you already mentioned that you don't want people to feel like this, but there's a lot of worry that the game is going to turn into a walking simulator now that the packs are this much smaller,
Well,
and that there's
certainly it's not going to be that.
not.
It's just not going to be that, right? Like it's just not going to be that. I mean, do you feel that way, like in the early in game?
Oh,
or
I
like
don't.
Towards the end of the campaign?
I don't
Right.
feel that at all. No.
Right, right. Well, then there you go, right? I mean,
I do.
It is only like it hasn't been nerfed below that. Like it's not like it gets like lower over time, right? I mean, it just doesn't.
And I think
Go
one thing that's
higher
not in the 0.4 patch notes that was in 0.3.1, a lot of map sizes in endgame were reduced by a tremendous degree. So maybe
Right,
some
right.
people who might have bounced, they don't recall that. So I think
Right,
everything
right.
is scaled a little bit down too. You mentioned
Sounds like I
targeted
would
nerfs a
enjoy
second ago,
tier
so I want to skip
16s
ahead of my
in
question
last
list,
season.
Jonathan, and talk about something that is on everyone's minds. One of my friends said, remove it from the game. The Roa. Okay, I'm not a Roa
No.
enjoyer at all. I can't get
It's
into it. I know
cool.
it's powerful. I'm not an enjoyer. Lots of people are Roa enjoyers. So Jonathan, can you give me like a dissertation on how the Roa is a balanced thing in PoE2 right now?
Right. Well, I'll preface this by saying that I'm not primarily a balanced person. Like, it really is more Mark's domain. But at least the Roa, for whatever reason, the Roa got buffed when the sprint came out, and like that was kind of wrong. So like that's getting undone. It's kind of now back to just being normal movement speed again. And then also, I think the spirit cost is probably a little bit too low. Like it probably needs to increase a little bit. Like it shouldn't necessarily be the case that like it's completely mandatory to actually play. But I mean, yeah, look, it's powerful, right? For sure. But like I don't necessarily think it's going to be across. Like I think it's capable of being balanced. Like I don't think there's a problem there. If you get the right spirit cost, you get the right numbers. But I think the key important thing is just that it does. I don't think anything less than 100%. Like I don't think anything less than having it be that you stay at exactly your normal move speed when you use it will feel fast. So that's kind of why it needs to have that element of it at least. But yeah, I think it's just a question of just make sure the cost is right, and then it should be okay. Yeah, like as I said, it has had some balance adjustments in 0.4.
Yeah. Movement speed's very powerful in PoE2. So, I mean,
you're still not really getting anything for it other than movement speed. I guess you get companion scaling maybe, but like, I don't think they need to nerf the Roa. I think they need to buff the rest of the shit. Like the spirit options we have available are dog shit. There's like Ghost Dance that's really good. There's Wind Dancer that's okay. There's the Heralds. There's Combat Frenzy. Like what else is there? Everything else, maybe I haven't played enough different builds, right? Archmage is a thing, I guess, but I've been told that you can't really stack enough mana anyways. It's not really competing for anything. Like with anything, sorry. It's just everything is just kind of, I guess I can take this. Like, I think that's the problem. If you just make it so that spirit, like just spirit in general, is much more competitive, I think the Roa will just balance itself out. Like, it's already a gem slot and a bunch of reservation. I don't think it needs to be more reservation. I think the other reservations need to be better.
blasting screens with the Roa from off screen while the warrior, rolling in the combat up in melee. So. Okay.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that the warrior has an exact problem with that. I think it's more just that you had the dominant build being the lightning arrow stuff. So you just ended up being kind of feeling that way. But then on the other hand, the next meta will shift, and then you'll find the warrior is the best. And I'm sure that since the druid has so much attention,
let's do it.
The druid will end up being a pretty common one in 0.4.
Do you think Druid's going to be meta, Jonathan? Do you think it's going to be busted? People are going to find some
it won't
crazy
be.
interactions?
People are just playing it because it's new.
That it's very likely just because of the fact that it's had so much attention. So right now, the thing that we're kind of doing this week a lot is testing in-game viability of as many things as we can do. So we're trying to make sure that okay. So for example, right, we were looking at okay, the minion stuff with all the wolves, it's just not really kind of working in an in-game context, and now we're okay, let's try to add some support to the tree to make it happen, right? So now, for example, we just added a keystone, which is that you can use a scepter with a talisman in order to get spirit as an animal. But then the keystone downside is that you got minus 50% spirit. So you kind of have to like so you know like you can't quite necessarily get as many minions as a minion character would have, but it kind of like lets you do a you know it makes it from a spirit perspective possible to do like minion stuff as a druid, as an animal, to get the kind of like pack leader wolf build working. And the other thing we did was he said, okay, there's a notable that will make it so that your rage.
He's talking about druid as if not the druid ascendancies. He's talking about druid as the freaking animal forms. He's talking about druid as the gem family tree, whatever, like the talisman skills. So yeah, okay, maybe if that's what we mean druid, then yeah, maybe it's gonna be meta. But I don't think the druid ascendancies are gonna be meta. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, the shaman one has some powerful shit, maybe for a spell. But I mean, usually you look for damage, and I'm not sure that any of the druid ones really do anything special. I mean, you can get rage to scale your spell damage, but can't you just get more spell damage from other shit? It has a pretty powerful defensive aspect with these adaptations and such, but the additional rune effects are pretty good, but I haven't been blown away really by anything I've been getting. Like the Oracle, some of the new talents are pretty good, but again, it's not really that crazy power you're getting. You're getting like, because you have to spend a talent point, and essentially you get 2 more talent points, which is something, but got 1 more even for getting that. You have to get the next one after that. And it's like you gotta weigh up the power, not just in, oh, I get there's 3 nodes that are like flat lightning to attacks. That's pretty good. 2 of them are small, 1 is big, and I think those 3 to combined are pretty good. But you can't balance them against just like, oh, so this is what you're getting from your ascendancy. I mean, no, you're getting how much damage they add over just what you could have gotten with those 3 points otherwise, right? Like, so I don't think the Oracle thing, I think it's fun, but I don't think it's that good, but maybe it is. There's probably something that'll be enabled by it, and there's something that'll be really cool, but I doubt that's gonna be meta. Then there's the inevitable crit, which it just means that everything you do is a crit, and that's all fine and dandy, but all that really does is let you do cast on crit, right? Or other things where crits benefit you in some other way, because every time it rolls again, you lose damage. So you are going to have to invest into critical strike anyways, because otherwise, I mean, if you're using it for damage specifically, right, you're going to have to invest into critical strike chance anyways, because otherwise you're not doing any damage, because it takes too many rerolls for you to get a crit. So that's really niche for cast on crit, or any other, like, oh, you get this benefit once you crit. Like, there's the power charge on crit thing, where it's like, yeah, okay, so maybe you can get every single crit you do, where when everything you crit, every single spell you do is crit, then 25% of the things you do gives you a power charge, right? Rather than, let's say you got 70% crit or whatever. But it's more of a utility thing, so unless you can turn that into boatloads of damage somehow, which maybe you can, probably you can with Cork, right? Like, that should be an easy use case for it, but it doesn't seem that powerful to me outside of those fringe cases. So I mean, obviously that doesn't mean it won't be meta, because it might be that fringe case is just the bee's knees this time, right? But I don't think so. I think we're still going to see Titan. I think we're still going to see Deadeye or Pathfinder, or whichever one it is. The animal forms, sure, maybe. I think Titan Bear has a potential to be really strong. I am going to try and do that. That is on my to-do list, because of the aftershock support. Like, just make a make basically the same build I did last season, but with the bear. I think that'll be pretty strong and pretty cool, pretty fun. Fury of the Mountain is a fun button. Dude, I never corrupt anything. Do we dare? Do we dare corrupt shit? I don't really think I do. We could corrupt our weapon, see if we get something good, but I don't really want to. Nah, we do not dare. We do not dare. We go here again. Oh, I didn't get the freaking... Oh, I'm so bad. Okay. Well, let's continue this.
Bonuses apply to your minions so that you can get like actually get the damage to a good place.
You don't mind ads, you don't have TV.
With your wolves and that kind of
ads
stuff, right?
Is the reason I don't watch TV right now.
Okay, we're just being very careful to look at the individual builds that someone might want to try and be like, okay, let's try and make sure that there's support in the tree for that kind of stuff. So that's really what a lot of this week is kind of going into, just those kind of like, just make sure that there's the options there for someone. And that might be a unique, it might be a keystone, it might be a notable, like just try to make sure there's something there that can make each build that we want to do work. And so that's kind of, it just making sure there's that in-game scaling.
That's exciting. I think I heard Gazzy from across the Atlantic, like howling when you said those two pieces. About the druids and minions, there's just wolves, right? It's the wolf pack. Does it require spirits
in terms of the ones, in terms of the ones that come with you. So you have you've actually got a so there's two ways to get wolves. You've got the what's it called, the reservation gem, the spirit gem, that gives you a pack, and that gives you up to 6 wolves that respawn like a normal minion. And then you've got the mark, where when you kill monsters, it summons a wolf, and with that one you can get like another, I don't know, 10, 15, probably like bunch. So you can have like a pretty sizable pack if you're going for that. But yeah, it's just a question of making sure the stats of them can actually get to like reasonable levels compared to other minion builds. To make sure that's viable.
Okay. Do you see more animal companions coming in the distant future once the game is shipped?
We could potentially do more of that stuff. I mean, like, there's still plenty of other minion things going on, kind of adjacent, right? So you've got any kind of int minion stuff going on. Obviously, it's not in theme with the druid so much, but yeah, like we could probably do some more animals. But for the time being, we didn't think we really needed more to sort of make the druid work. And like, the druid isn't primarily a minion build, right? Like, it really is only the case if you're doing that whole kind of pack leader fantasy. That's like the main minion fantasy you'd have as a druid. So yeah, that we want to make sure at least ensure that one's working.
Oh yeah, it looks sweet. I mean, the tundra wolf looks amazing. So I think I'm gonna gravitate toward that eventually after I trial the bear.
All of your other wolves that you have, by the way, turn into snow wolves when you turn into a snow wolf. So like the whole pack gets the
attention to detail. Pretty sweet. All right, we're gonna go back to a little bit of game balance / identity. This is, I think, the #2 other thing that people have just been piping up about, and that is charge generation, charges, and totems. Okay, Jonathan, so lay it on us. Why did you guys decide to go with this design of spell totems and ancestor totems in PoE 2, where you require the 3 charges to summon them and upkeep them?
Yeah, it's annoying.
What's going on there?
I don't like that.
The main thing that I don't want is for it to turn into a situation where basically any spellcaster build is a totem build. Like, I don't want it to be that just totems are just strictly superior to spellcasting. That's kind of important. So that's the main thing. And the charges were just a good way to kind of make it so that, like, okay, if you're going totems,
no,
if you want to do totems,
were not a good way, but they
what
are.
we want to be doing is providing ways to get there by, like, there are uniques that are available that can fix that problem for you. Like, you can do a totem build, and in fact, we are going to be showing so we're actually going to make a video about like a bunch of in-game builds for Druid pretty soon, just to kind of show like people like, okay, here's some just viable things that you can make. Just like made by our design team of like, that you can do things. And that's not to say those are all the builds or they're even the best builds. They're just, here's some builds that our design team decided to come up with to show off at in-game. And one of them that we were doing is the, a pure spell totem build. Like, you can do it, and it's completely viable. Yeah, you just need to, use the uniques and various mechanics around doing it. So at the same time, the other thing as well is that I want using charges to feel like it gives you a significant bonus. Otherwise, they just feel pointless, right? Like if it just, certainly shouldn't be just a thing where, like you don't. okay, put it this way: you just need to make sure that like the first time you get a charge and then you use it, it feels like a significant upgrade over the base skill.
Right.
Now, in order for that to happen, there needs to be a certain level of difficulty in order to attain them. So yeah, we just need to make sure there's a certain cost there. And it actually has been pretty hard to design the mechanics in such a way where it's like you can do it all the time, but also it doesn't feel like you just get them for doing nothing. Like it's kind of that tough balance to strike there. And
I
so
want to get them for
that's what we're
doing
really
nothing.
trying to do. So yeah, I mean, really, it just comes down to those.
Let's
those
YOLO
elements,
this
right?
one.
Like, just don't make it so that every spellcaster is a totem build.
Bam.
That's like a hard challenge to even meet, even by itself, right? Because not having to cast the spells is like a pretty substantive benefit to have. So you know, there needs to be some kind of cost there.
And I'll call it out because I've played for a very long time. In PoE 1, all the best spell builds were totem builds, and I always was like,
sure.
oh man, I want self-cast to be fun. Like, it just feels better when you're playing. It's like something, I guess, kind of hard to describe, but there's something different about actually casting the spell, controlling where it goes instead of just poop, popping up your totem and running around in circles. So yeah, okay.
So
I think there are different ways of making that happen.
Effectively, the spell totem can serve as an ultimate type ability for people who aren't speccing entirely into that way of playing. So effectively what you get there is, and that's actually something sort of interesting that we've been looking at in a few cases. So for example, the Wyvern Flame Blast, in its kind of default incarnation, so this is just aside from totems, right? Yeah. So this is the one where the Wyvern flies up and starts burninating everything. In its sort of default incantation of that, it's an ultimate really. You should be using it as like a boss ability if you get the opportunity. You know, like you heavy stun the boss, you start burning it. And, the way that one works, by the way, is that it actually stacks ignites that add together. So unlike other ignite in the game, which you have to do a big hit, this is a type of ignite where like every time you hit them, the ignite grows and grows and grows and grows. So like that one there is like a kind of interesting thing with that particular. So it actually works really well against bosses where you can stack the ignite really huge. But we also wanted to make sure that ability, if you want to, you can do a build which is going to get you to the point where you're just like burninating like the whole map, like you're just continuously flying around in the air for ages doing things. But it does take like, you know, you need this unique and you need like a few things. Like to get to the point of you're doing that, it does require a little bit of effort. But the key thing is we want to make sure it is possible to use an ultimate ability as a clearing skill should you really, really want to go down that route. It's just, you know, not the default case, as I said.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, with that ignite thing, just because I saw you were kind of reacting interestingly to that, we are going to change Incinerate to use that system as well. So yeah, like it's a kind of a different thing we're trying out.
That's very exciting. I was going to ask if it was going to roll out to some other skills to change up how Ignite works, because people are really looking for that.
Just those two for now.
Okay.
We might consider doing some other stuff, but I think the theme of the skill has to be like continuous burning for that to make sense as the way.
And is burninating a word? I've never heard this before, but I heard you say
it's probably just. It's probably just early internet. There was a meme video from a Flash animation actually.
Got it.
Don't even worry about it. No one should really have to worry about it.
And just really, really brief question while we're talking about the Wyvern. Does Black Flame Covenant work with it or not? Because we saw it was like an attack-based gem on the gem, and Black Flame Covenant works with spells only. So I think that was the interview.
I think I mistakenly thought that it did at one point and said something about that, but I think it probably doesn't because it's not a spell. So yeah, it is an attack. Yeah,
is there any way in the future there would be a keystone where we could get the same sort of thing?
I'll have to think about that. You know, we were thinking. Well, no, whatever. I won't talk about that.
Oh, you can leak it. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay.
It would be nice if they offered up a way for us to make certain things to spells, like at least the Dragonfire thing. That there's no, I mean, I get it being attacked, but there shouldn't be too much of a reason not to be able to turn it into a spell.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, yeah, that totem one. One more follow up on it. Generating charges in boss fights. Is that something that people are going to be easily able to do? Because that's one of the big complaints that I saw. That
yeah, it's annoying.
I know you just said you'll be able to do a soul totem build, so it must be possible. There's just a few pieces in place.
Sure. But then in terms of just the general way as well, we've got things like that are a little bit like in the kind of more mid-game options for that. Well, I mean, even early game really. You've got things like Wind Blast that can generate charges, and like so for example, what we're doing with that is like during regular clearing, it only generates charges very occasionally. For boss fights, it'll generate 3 charges when you use it on a prime for stun monster. So you can do that. So, but as I said, in that context, it's more of an ultimate type ability. So if you want to do the kind of like pure totem build, you're going to need to find a solution to that. That isn't just in the like base skill set. It's going to involve supports and uniques and stuff like that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, moving over to a melee focused question here. So back when a bulk of the melee skills were first developed, I believe the game didn't have WASD implemented, so a lot of movement was baked into the skills to make them feel really good. And then when WASD was implemented,
They
you
feel
guys
really
went back
shit.
and you added movement to a lot of the range-based or spellcasting skills, but the movement is still baked into the melee skills. Do you guys see a world where you could go back and you could add moving while attacking to some of these melee-based skills? Because it does feel so much, I just gotta say, it feels so much better when you can maintain full control of your character
Right.
throughout
So
the course of the skill animation.
a couple of things with that. So for range, moving while attacking feels good, but for melee, what you actually end up with is a thing that feels really floaty. So you can, there are some games that do that, but I just feel like you end up with very floaty, like non-punchy animations. So what you generally have to do is you have to kind of lerp into, get some kind of point of the attack where it becomes fixed, and that's what we try to do with our targeting thing, where like, so for example, if you, I mean, the easiest one to show that on is like double slam, so it's called rolling slam.
Rolling slam.
Where effectively like you can steer it the whole way, and effectively when we talk about moving during while attacking, it's really more about skills like that, where you can do, you know, like attacks like the movement is still built into the animation, so you don't feel floaty, but you still have a level of control over that sort of stuff, and that's what we sort of try to do with our attacks, is like try to have so there's a level of control, but it's not fully just like moving arbitrarily, because as I said, you do end up feeling very floaty. So that's just it's just a sort of really comes down to sort of a feels thing, and like as I said, when you do try that kind of stuff, it doesn't end up feeling that great. There's
Fair.
even things that we've tried before along those lines, and yeah, as I said, it just never kind of really felt right, so that's why we didn't end up doing it.
Is it something that we would perhaps see with future melee weapons, where maybe, okay, you can move while attacking with a sword or an axe as opposed to mace?
Like, as I said, it really is more about the individual skills and like how they specifically function. Like, I don't think that we would just generally have, as I said, we wouldn't have completely free-form movement like that. You'll even notice, like in a lot of other melee games, if you like you can have a thing where you can lerp into an attack, and by that what I mean is that you know, you've got a bit of control for part of it, but it's like slows down into like being part of the animation at a certain point. And
Sounds pretty good.
like we'll probably experiment a little bit more with that, but I don't think we'd want to just be like, okay, it's just like full floaty, just like move in any like arbitrary direction while you're attacking type things.
I really like the idea of a lot of the slams that you being able to run into them. I think that would be really good. That allow forward momentum. So that you can't change direction or anything, but you can stand still if you want, but if you can also just like run into it. If you're running and you're pressing it and you keep running, I would like him to just charge up the thing and just maybe the last second he does the slam. Maybe you can make him do a little hop or something to like momentarily take away control from your character, like something like that, rather than just like, oh, I need to slam, let me just stand still.
As I really don't
Maybe
think it feels very
I'm
good.
off, but I would like to see that.
Now this next one, I know you've been asked it many times, but it was the #1 most requested question that I ask about again. And it simply is, why does the warrior have so many downsides on the tree and gear, whereas witch, monk, ranger comparatively have none? I know you guys have talked about this a lot, but could you...
Well, I mean, fundamentally, it really is just that... So, you know, it's funny because I don't think there's necessarily like an extreme number in the warrior area, but the funny thing is when we put a downside on something, we also make the upside higher. And so people then see like, okay, what are the best nodes? And they're going to see these big numbers on like some of these on some of these nodes, and they're going to say, okay, well, like, you know, I want that, but I don't want the downside. And so it's kind of like the reason that they attract attention is just because of the fact the numbers are higher. If we didn't have the downside on there, obviously the upside would also be lower. So it's kind of like just that thing. Now,
I also think it's a little bit of a case of there's not that many good nodes in that area, and the good nodes that are there, they've put downsides on. So you're kind of like just, well, if I want a node that increases my damage right now, I have to take this one with the downside because everything around it is dog poop. I think that's also a thing.
what was that? Sorry.
Is it a packaging problem?
Not necessarily, but as I said, personally, I like the idea that you can spec into different things like that. And so, for example, like a commonly cited one would just be like, you know, you've got like more damage and then less attack speed, right? You've got those kinds of nodes.
Yep.
And it's like the ideal way that you should be thinking about that is an opportunity where it's like, well, what can I use this with that is not going to care about the downside particularly, and right, especially when you've got weapon spec points where it's like, okay, these couple of abilities, you know, I don't care about attack speed, so I'm gonna get that node for that case and that kind of thing. Like, you know, like you want to try and you see each downside as more of an opportunity, in my opinion. So honestly, I feel like I'd want to see more nodes like that around for other parts of the tree, right? Like just do more of that kind of thing.
No.
You don't want to go overboard with it, right? Like you don't want to like every node's going to downside. That just gets tiring. But
it already
yeah,
is tiring.
There's a few there. I don't think there's necessarily too many there, but they certainly attract attention because of the fact that the upsides are higher on them as well.
They do. Yeah, there's not as many kiss curse things on the right side of the tree as the left. Like
Right. I mean, yeah, we can.
Yeah,
I think there's room for adding more of those, honestly.
Now, how about those are openly advertised?
Oh no! So instead of getting less, we're getting more.
To this day is the penalty for movement speed on.
People don't
armor.
like it, so we'll add more.
Is that something that you guys would ever want to remove?
I mean, I guess I don't have a problem with it myself. I've always kind of found it to be just like, you know, like it's just an interesting thing once again to build around on different characters. I don't like part of the reason to do it on the heavy armor is just that like tanky feeling you can kind of have from like, you know,
I'm pretty fucking sure that this shit doesn't work. Why is it not building Ignite up? Like, I'm not getting flammability build up. I'm supposed to get that for every fire thing I do, right? I'm never igniting with this. I think we made a boo-boo.
warrior, and so I think it just sort of works on that level. But yeah, as I said, I don't feel particularly inclined to get rid of that one, I have to say.
Okay. All right, I know you've been asked about this a lot. I think if you added a rhinoceros mount for the warrior, I think all your problems would be solved. Then people could like ride on the rhino, wielding the giant mace, feel like they're on the Roa. Be good.
Well, I don't know about a rhino, but yeah, we'll see. I suspect that more mounts is more of a post 1.0 type of feature.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, this is a good one that I'd like to hear you talk about, especially considering we're getting the Druid. So, last patch in 0.3, you added the ability to instantly weapon swap, as opposed to it having a delay in 0.1.0.2.
Yeah, that's a good change.
But I didn't see a lot of builds that utilize the multi-weapon swap capabilities. They usually stick to just one weapon. Now, moving forward to 0.4, I know you're encouraging the form shifting and all that. Do you have thoughts on why people aren't speccing into multiple weapons, like a quarterstaff and a spear, or a crossbow and a mace?
I wouldn't say
because the weapon swapping on the tree is dog shit.
It's that unusual. Like, I mean, you certainly do see it, and I think you'll see it more and more over time. I mean, like, the mechanics are there to allow for that kind of thing. Like, there's generally speaking, you know, like, I sort of suspect that one of the reasons is that, something I've noticed is that people, when they see it, they almost feel bad about it rather than good in some cases, where they're like, oh, like, it's just an exploit that you're using this other ability from this other class to, like, just get this one effect. And it's like, well, that is kind of the point, right? Like, if there's another class that has a thing that, like, you know, that allows you to get this thing more easily than your current class, then yeah, I mean, that's kind of the reason why that exists, right? So, like, I don't know, I feel like you do see quite a lot of it. I think maybe people have a different imagination in their mind about what it might be, like what that would look like. But yeah, I mean, what it does look like is, you know, you're trying to find a combo that can work, and that's why we have all these different sort of synergies around between different weapons and like the shared mechanics, right? So you've got, you know, things like armor break and charges and random stuff like that kind of like allow you to sort of, you know, potentially get better things. Now, for the Druid, you're right. We're leaning into weapon swap here specifically because of the fact that you've got the hybrid melee and caster stuff going on, and so there's a lot more specific synergy in that case. You know, and you kind of will need to be able to, you know, learn how to do the weapon swap. And I guess
feel
what
like this was supposed to drain and it doesn't.
Aware of the options there, and then potentially
a little bug
stuff with build creation, but. As I said, I wouldn't say it's like not happening now, and certainly there's like no real downsides to doing so. So, you know, I'd say that it's a thing that happens for sure.
Okay. Building on this point, you think in the future you'll bake more cross-class synergies into skills? For example, when I saw the Druid primal skills, the elemental ones, I was like, oh, I wonder if they have infusions baked into them. That's something you guys think about?
We did think about the infusion case. In the end, we did decide to keep that to be like for the elemental spellcaster stuff specifically, like so for the sword set of skills. but like, look, I do like doing that kind of stuff. I just didn't in this particular case. It didn't feel quite right because there weren't like. It didn't feel like there was a full elemental cycle in the same exact way that the like to justify the infusions being in there. It would feel a bit weird to just have like one skill or two skills like have it. So in the end, it kind of we decided to not do the infusions and just keep it as a mechanic for the swap.
Okay. And touching on infusions just a little bit more, you guys are leaning into that mechanic with remnants as well for like the Acolyte of Chayula. Obviously the Acolyte received pretty tremendous number buffs this time around. I've seen some people talk about how the payoff for going around and collecting the remnants or the infusions isn't necessarily worth like how much damage they're getting from it or the effect afterwards. Is that something you guys are keenly like looking into and making sure that it's always worthwhile at the end of the day?
I think there's a few things going on with that that really just come down to a lot of balance numbers. So like one of the things that I haven't been doing this work myself, but Mark has, is we've been increasing the durations of a lot of things in this balance pass. Like one of the things that in PoE 1, the sort of standard duration for something was kind of like 4 seconds. In PoE 2, it kind of needs to be longer to actually be worthwhile, so like 6, 8, and 10 in some cases. So generally speaking, like a lot of these numbers have sort of ended up as the similar numbers to what PoE 1 had for certain things, or just like people just used to being like, okay, if you've got a duration, just put 4 seconds as a kind of a default. But yeah, I think in PoE 2 you actually need those numbers to be longer to sort of make things work. So that's been a thing to kind of just increase durations to make it actually worthwhile. It also means you don't feel as frantic, like feeling like, oh, I have to use this before it goes away and that kind of stuff. Like there's just a lot of that sort of stuff that can kind of improve the feeling of that. But the other thing as well is just increasing the there's more nodes or like buffing nodes that make pickup radiuses be larger. There's like another axis that you can do to kind of make the like if you
should I get this?
It should be possible to get your pickup radius to the point where like
I'm not doing it
effectively like changes the dynamics of entirely, so you don't have to worry about actually going to pick them up. They just kind of come to you because they're
get another
the
power
pickup radius is far
charge,
enough
maybe?
away. Like if you want to spec into that, right? It's another build axis you can do. So you kind of just do this stuff. And so as I said, it's more of a question of just balance numbers, I think, to sort of get the feel right. The durations of things really goes a long way to that.
Okay.
Could get some lightning
Swapping
damage.
gears over to item rarity for a little bit. Now, in the
Hits against
interview with
shock
Ziggy
sounds
D,
pretty
you
good.
and Mark mentioned that in the future, and I'd like to clarify, you guys are going to remove item rarity from gear. You just don't know what to replace it with yet. Is that correct?
I am not going to promise anything because like we can see how like things go. But like as I said, right now I would prefer to remove it, and it's really just a question of what to replace it with. So that's like kind of my feeling about it right now. But yeah, look, it's gonna. There's still some arguments in the other direction, but look, this seems to be generally what people prefer. And at this point, I'm sort of pretty sympathetic to that, so that's what I prefer to do. It's funny though because it can seem trivial, like oh, surely you can come up with another mod to come up to replace that, but it has to be on all gear. It has to have some level of like. It has to feel like it's something you can specialize in that isn't damage on your build that you actually meaningfully need, which is quite tricky. Like in order to make it so that there's like something that you're trading off when you're getting these mods on your gear. So I don't think it's like okay to just be like a completely junk useless mod. Like there needs to be something where it's like okay, any character might want this, but it's also something you would only want to worry about at the point where you've already like sorted your damage and resistance and other sort of problems. So like that's the kind of thing that it needs to be able to do.
Maybe we do this channeling
that does make it tricky.
I will just say I had 0% item rarity and 0.3. Had a great time, you guys. Throw that out there.
Sure, you don't need it. Like you don't need it. It absolutely is not necessary.
Yeah.
I do think there's a lot of misunderstanding about exactly what it does and how much it affects things and so on, and that doesn't really help. And part of the reason for that is just because it is so complicated and how it works, and like it kind of can't be any other way than complicated just due to the nature of all the various things that are going on in the item drop system.
To follow the ups there, have you guys ever considered releasing the kind of formula behind it because there's been so much community speculation, or is that something you want to keep close to your chest?
We really don't want to do that because item drops are something that you want to be able to tweak how they work and so on, and like like it would mean that every single time we change anything, people would be like on us, like rats up a drain pipe. So it's kind of like we want to be able to have that at least as something that we can like fiddle around with a little bit. But the other thing as well is that, like it's so tricky. There is a lot of emergent complexity that comes out of the rules that it has in terms of how like what results in what as far as like the final drops are concerned, and so yeah, I don't even think it's like even is that understandable. Now the same is true of the stat system, right? And get PoE, what do you call it? The name's fallen out of my head. The thing that you use to make builds.
Path of building.
Path of Building, sorry, yes. Path
Okay,
of
I don't
Building.
use it
So I
either.
mean, things like Path of Building exist. So it's not like people wouldn't make a model of it, right? Like they would,
Yeah.
but at the same time, I just, like I just think we'd prefer not to have to go down that road.
Okay, burninating and now rats up a drain pipe. That's two things I'm adding.
Maybe
to my
that might be an
vocabulary.
Australasian slang potentially.
That's good.
So I'm not sure.
And then one extra thing, I saw people talking about how the changes to item rarity this patch reduced its values on gear. Wouldn't that have the effect of more people wanting to try to put as much item rarity on their gear? 'Cause
Yeah, now it's just
it
gonna
has
be
lesser
harder to get,
values
right?
across all your gear slots. Now it becomes more of a coveted stat. That kind of acting in reverse. Or
So I don't necessarily think so. So last time we lowered the numbers in a way that didn't affect what the numbers displayed on items were, and I think that actually in retrospect it would have been better to do the other way around because people still see a number that they still assume has a certain effect. So this time we decided to do it in the way of just reducing the numbers on the gear, which like at the end of the day you still have to get the you still have to get the mod, like you still only get one mod per gear slot, right? So right, it is a strict nerf to what you can do, but I believe
crap,
that
what
we
did I
also
do?
adjusted the formula at the same time. Like in terms of what the max that it
Can I-
affects. So as far as I'm understanding, like
No, I cannot.
it means that like you don't need more of your gear to have item rarity on it. Like it's just that the displayed number and the cap is now lowered at the same time, so that
Wait, what
you
did I
kind of
do?
like you've got that feeling of like, okay, like I can see this having a lesser effect than what it would have had before. Just sort of communicate that a bit better.
okay, let the speculation run rampant. Let's go to a fun question. I don't know if you have the stats on this, but I'll ask you anyway. So for Path of Exile 1, we can see Steam achievements of like who's killed Hillock and who's finished the campaign, who's taken out the Searing Exarch. Do you have those type of stats
Sorry.
internally for Path of Exile 2? And do you know like the percentage of people who have killed the Miller, finished the campaign, and killed the Arbiter of Ash?
I actually don't know what those are offhand. We can get them. Like we do have stat collection that for that kind of thing. But yeah, it would just be a question. So one of the things with this is I normally only ask for stats about things if I'm actually
What
gotten
the fuck is
like a
happening?
change in
Oh, I
mind
did
that
the
I
wrong
want to do
thing.
in response to those stats.
Okay.
Here we
There's
go.
one of these
I
mistakes
did
people can make
something to
sometimes where
my
they
dashboard.
they effectively just like look at a bunch of stats to see what jumps out. And the problem with that is that you can get outliers that then cause you to make bad decisions. So I sort of prefer to be like, before I go and like use a stat for something, I'm like, okay, what would I do if the stat was, this value? What would I do if it was that value? And kind of know the answer to that before I ask for the stat, in order to prevent myself from making decisions based on just like looking at a bunch of stats and just finding the outliers.
I know that
What
you
the
were
hell
using
did I
stats
do?
a lot, and I think it was 0.2 with volatile plants. You found out that it was killing so many players, and you made changes based on those stats. Had there been any for 0.3 going into 0.4 that have stood out to you?
I fucked something on my OBS right now. Oh, where the fuck is the going live stuff? My start stream and stop stream is gone. Can I reset my... Okay, there we go. Oh my lord, this is going all kinds of not the way I want it. What the fuck? Can I have it here, please? Okay, I got chat back. Now I need... And we need... There we go. And then we need one more. That one. Can I have it there? Okay. Sorry. I had issues. Alright, we're back. I accidentally freaking got rid of the controls thing on my Twitch. Sorry, my Twitch, on my OBS. Go
If
again.
you have the stats on this, but I'll ask you anyway. So for Path of Exile 1, we can see Steam achievements of like who's killed Hillock and who's finished the campaign, who's taken out the Searing Exarch. Do you have those type of stats internally for Path of Exile 2? And do you know like the percentage of people who have killed the Miller, finished the campaign, and killed the Arbiter of Ash?
I actually don't know what those are offhand. We can get them. Like, we do have stat collection that for that kind of thing. But yeah, it would just be a question. So one of the things with this is I normally only ask for stats about things if I've actually got enough, like a change in mind that I want to do in response to those stats. There's one of these mistakes people can make sometimes where they effectively just like look at a bunch of stats to see what jumps out. And the problem with that is that you can get outliers that then cause you to make bad decisions. So I sort of prefer to be like, before I go and like use a stat for something, I'm like, okay, what would I do if the stat was, you know, this value? What would I do if it was that value? And kind of know the answer to that before I ask for the stat, in order to prevent myself from making decisions based on just like looking at a bunch of stats and just finding the outliers.
I know that you were using stats a lot, and I think it was 0.2 with volatile plants. You found out that it was killing so many players, and you made changes based on those stats. Have there been any for 0.3 going into 0.4 that have stood out to you?
Not that I'm particularly aware of, but as I said, it's not kind of the domain I normally work in for that kind of balance. So yeah, but it's, as I said, it's the kind of thing that we'll look into when we like. I mean, a really common situation is if people are complaining about something and we're like, we don't understand it. That's a good time to go to the stats to be like, okay, well, let's try to find out why, what's actually going on here, like what's occurring.
Okay. Question about Fate of the Vaal a little bit and its loot. So we obviously have the temple that we're building. Is this going to be something that's influenced by item rarity, and are we getting drops from here, or are they all in like reward curios and chests and all that stuff?
So it's a mix because the
interesting. Why do you want to know if they're on the ground
monsters
or
in the
things?
temple just have regular item drops, and those like effectively get juiced by mods that the rooms can give. So effectively, it can mean that you got the sort of more traditional way that you can juice mods, like you know, you can juice rarity of things in that way. But then there's also particularly like fixed drops, and a lot of the room, like generally speaking, most of the rooms will have some kind of drop like that, but the way that it's often delivered is in some kind of crafting device that you can either use right away, or you can take the currency from, or like in the higher levels and that kind of thing. So like there's a lot of kind of fixed drops or like fixed uniques and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of the rewards just come from those sort of fixed elements, which you will know that you're going to get because you've got a certain room. So obviously people will have to like, you know, work out like what comes from one and everything. There's not that many rooms, but then they do at different levels, and so like generally speaking, they get more, things get more powerful as you go up. You know, and then also you've got the stuff where you know, there's like the extra reward rooms that you get from the architect and that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of fixed drops in the league for sure. But yeah, more traditional stuff from you know, just from regular monster killing.
And how high can you juice up the temple? Do you expect it to be on par with the rewards that people are getting from maxed out maps and the like, or does it
yeah, it should absolutely be. So I mean, the intention was to scale it into endgame, like both in terms of difficulty as well as the rewards. So that's why I've got the whole like tier 3 room thing going on, where they give mods, and like you can stack a lot of that stuff. You can get very, very hard. The thing that I think people should understand, just by the way, which is probably something we should communicate in some way in the game as well, is that you don't have to keep killing the architect necessarily. It can be a better strategy to not kill the architect and instead just build up the temple with lots and lots of rooms if your goal is like kind of like max endgame juicing, because the architect has got certain rewards that it can give you with specific reward rooms, but it does like destroy more of the temple when you kill him. So like if you want to build the biggest temple to get like the most maximum amount of just like traditional rewards in the sense of just like juicing individual monsters, the best strategy is like don't kill the architect, instead just like finish the rest of the temple and then build more and get it as large as you can to get the most mods possible.
Right.
So there's kind of like a few strategies. Like you've got like architect killing, which is going to get you reward rooms. You've got like just build the temple big and just get traditional drops, or you've got like Zeri kills, which is going to, you know, getting the Zeri rewards and that kind of stuff. So there's kind of a few different strategies you could have there.
Now this league, one of the big things I saw from a lot of players who didn't play Path of Exile 1, PoE2 was their first Exile game. They saw you guys presenting this league mechanic and their minds just exploded. They're like, oh my gosh, the complexity, this is wild. Have you guys thought about that? Does it get a little bit in the weeds sometimes with it, or can you kind of just
Let's get
build your temple and go and expect to have a good time?
You can just build your temple, and like because of the fact that it shows you the squares that are gonna upgrade things, like now you can think about it. You can be thinking on a deeper level of like, I want to upgrade this specifically, so I'm gonna make sure like leave a hole here to place the room that goes next to it, that kind of stuff. Like you can think like that, or you can just place things where the bright green is, and you'll honestly do fairly well. Like the UI is definitely like a lot better than what we would have done in the past, and it's actually one of the reasons why I developed the simulation myself, because I was writing the code in such a way to make the UI for communicating the stuff as easy as possible. So like one of the things I was initially like is like if I just made this without thinking about the UI experience, it probably would have gone very differently, because when I was building up, like, okay, every single thing you do, you need to be able to show the user exactly what it will do to the temple when you hover it. Like before you commit, you need to see that, which means you need a way to like predict the next state before you've actually committed to the previous one. That's like just like a thing that's like easy to do when you're building it initially, but would have been hard to bolt on afterwards if I just asked a UI programmer to do that. So like it's that kind of thing that you need to think about really early on. And then there's also the whole idea of just like, you know, making sure that
I actually fill up my
you can even like by being able to do that look ahead for each option, you can then say like, okay, will this upgrade anything and that kind of stuff. Like it allows you to to get those UI cues and really well, so it just makes it much better for communication with the player.
Yeah, I love hearing the game design tidbits. I swear that's my favorite part of all this, learning all this stuff. Okay, you also said that Fate of the Vaal was your first full league that you built out in Path of Exile 2. You know, it has very in-depth mechanics, it has the new pinnacle boss, it has all these unique crafting capabilities. Is this something that you guys are going to look back to do for the other leagues that were ported to PoE 2 from PoE 1? So your Rituals, your Deliriums, do you want to give them the full treatment that I feel like we got with Abyss too? I feel like you might be selling yourself short.
Yeah, so I mean, Abyss was pretty good for sure. Yeah. It's just that this one's even just slightly a bit beyond that, and I feel like put it this way, I would say Abyss was reaching the tier of like stuff that a PoE 1 league has been doing, but I feel like this Fate of the Vaal is more like what we kind of want to be doing for a PoE 2 like tier of league in terms of like, the amount of stuff going on.
Better than this.
Now you're completely right that some of the older leagues are not nearly as good compared to in PoE 2. I mean, compared to the newer stuff, and that really is where 050 like with all the in-game stuff we're talking about. Like it's about that, right? Like it's about making all those league mechanics feel more full, have more things going on. You know, like making sure that you know. And like when we talk about the Atlas tree, it's like you know, like a lot of the reason why the Atlas tree is not as good is because there aren't as many things that are do to the leagues that are in the Atlas, and things like that. You know, there's like stuff like that needs to be addressed. So it's a lot of that stuff that needs to happen to kind of make the in-game feel better. And yeah, it really is
pretty
about
bad. Also,
leagues feel more interesting.
Revisiting what we talked about at the top of the interview with endgame being pushed to 0.5, what was the decision making like with you guys when you said, okay, we're gonna push endgame and we have Fate of the Vaal coming out? Is there a reason why you guys focused more on the league,
attributes,
you know, which looks awesome, as opposed to the endgame core game changes? Was there like a specific reasoning there, or was it a timing thing?
It wasn't necessarily a question between the league and the end game, because you need to have a league. You just have to. Like people will not come back if there isn't a league. So like that's just mandatory.
We'll do that one. Hopefully
so really it comes down to what other content is going to be in the patch, and it really would have been, if we wanted to push to get the in-game stuff done, we probably would have had to sacrifice the Druid, which I really didn't want to do. There was a point where we're like, could we sacrifice the Druid to be able to do this in-game stuff? And we decided, you know what? I think that's probably a worse trade. But even then, I think it probably wouldn't have delivered quite the what we needed to have, just because you know, like there are some for content like that. There's quite a lot of things deep in the pipeline you need to do, like in terms of just like modeling and animation, all that sort of stuff that needs to happen relatively early. So I don't think it would have been as good as what it will be when it's in 050 instead. So I feel like we would have compromised in two ways. We would have had like no Druid, and we would have had a worse in-game expansion as well. So I definitely don't think it was the right move. Yeah, it's gonna definitely be better to do it later.
It's definitely fair.
Dude, if they fucking postponed the Druid again, people would have been pissed.
The release in China, the official release happened in 0.3. I'm curious, what was the reception in China, and how did it compare to the original 0.1 release, the global release?
Well, you know, it's going pretty well there, but honestly, I don't have like a huge amount to say about it. Like, you know, it's another market. It's published by Tencent there, and they kind of do that job, and they handle most of the stuff going on there.
Okay. Quick follow-up. What piece of community feedback during 0.3 helped shape 0.4 the most? Is there one thing that really stands out to you guys as, oh my gosh, we definitely need to fix this? And you can't say endgame, okay?
Yeah, I honestly don't know that I could pick any one particular thing. I mean, I guess probably one of the things that's just been generally on our mind is just build diversity and that kind of stuff, like trying to improve that. So there's been a lot of, like, you know, balance work and so on going on behind the scenes, and it's still ongoing as well. But like, it's sort of hard to sort of pick that up and be like, hey, this feature was specifically inspired by that, you know, because it really is just like a lot of smaller things. A big goal I have, I mean, look, you've got, like, the performance work is obviously something I'm really focused on. The balance work is something Mark's really focused on. These are kind of like the two big things that we're really trying to make sure are getting better. And both of us, unfortunately, in both cases, are like, there's still more to do, right? There's still so much more to do. And Mark as often will say, you know, like, the problem with balance is that you could infinitely do it. Like, you could he could literally spend his entire life doing only that and never anything else, and it would still feel like it wasn't enough. So, you know, that's one of those things. But yeah, we will get to a point, though, where I think the build diversity in particular is a lot better.
The Ascendancy buffs were pretty exciting. I was shocked to see almost every single one was buffed. What did you guys look at in particular to make those decisions? Do you guys use, like, PoE Ninja? Is it primarily just reading about the feedback? How should people get their feelings about Ascendancy?
Why would they use PoE Ninja? They have better
stats. It really is more of a
stats.
question for Mark, this one. But from my understanding, I mean, look, he does do a lot of research on Ninja and that kind of stuff. He's looking at things, but ultimately he's, you know, the question a lot of the thing is, like, why is this not played is the hard part sometimes, because the attention usually goes on the things that are being played. That's what people talk about a lot of the time. So it's a much harder thing to look at, okay, like, here's something that isn't played, why? And that's really the question he's asking most of the time. Just like, what would it take to get me to play this is the question that you need to be asking yourself when you're doing these balance things.
Smart. We are shifting gears to the Druid, which is something that I was incredibly excited to finally see in Path of Exile 2 after waiting for it for so long. You guys introduced two initial ascendancies, the Oracle and the Shaman, and while they look interesting, they didn't necessarily vibe with me. I have to pose to you. What happened to an Unga Bunga shape-shifting focus like ascendancy where it's like, oh, you get bonuses for being a bear and swapping into different form? Is that a plan, or is that something you guys want to refrain from, since shape-shifting forms have kind of been baked into weapons, and I know you don't really want to attach ascendancy to a weapon?
Please make that.
Generally speaking, ascendancies don't do things that are, like, we try to make it so they can be used on many classes with many builds. And so if we just said, like, here's the shape-shifting ascendancy class, everyone would just do that, and then there kind of wouldn't be any room left over for other things. And so that's why we prefer to not do that if we can. I think Mark even already said that, like, you know, we might do a more shape-shifting focused class for a third one, but if we did, it would have to not even say the word shape-shifting in it. It would have to be, like, very much implying shape-shifting and have a lot of bonuses that make sense and be in theme for shape-shifting, while not necessarily actually requiring you to be shape-shifted in order to make it so that it can work across many things. And you'll see that across all the ascendancy classes. Like, we really try to make it...
Maybe it could be stance switching, and you add stance switching to a bunch of things. That could be a thing. It could be the stance switcher, and you add stance switching to, like, all of the melee weapons and shit.
So that they're as generally applicable as possible, while feeling like they're very specific.
What was the craziest part of creating the Druid the past 5-6 years?
He's gonna say it feels like creating 4 classes in one.
This? Like, it's very fun.
Well, I mean, cool. I think I've talked about this before, but, like, getting the wolf.
Oh, it's the wolf, the man in the wolf
challenge.
That's interesting.
And, like, there was periods where we even cut the wolf, right? Like, there was a period where, like, we're not doing the wolf again, we're going to do something else. You know, like, it ended up being something that people really wanted, and even internally, so we kind of had to do it. But, you know, like, there's just, like, it's just really hard. I mean, look, we had another form at one point that we were gonna specialize in, that we decided not to do in the end. We were gonna have him turn into a giant plant monster. It was, like, kind of crazy.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Yeah, that's something that you know, it was cool, but it wasn't a wolf. Yeah. Like, there are things like that we
make the plant monster.
That we did. But yeah, it's just been it's just mostly just been like a real animation challenge, like having to deal with things that aren't humans.
Was there a particular iteration of the Druid, whether like a skill or an ascendancy or a form that you haven't talked about, that you were excited for but you had to cut? Anything that?
Yeah, so definitely the plant monster. It was really cool. Like, it walked around on vines and it had this, like, kind of interesting, like just like feel to it. I mean, it was the same type of creature as Brambleghast. You know, like, you're gonna be like Brambleghast in terms of, like, walking around. And it was pretty cool. But as I said, it kind of just didn't really work. And, like, you do some vine slaps, and then we're kind of like, okay, pretty much the rest of the skill set of this, when you actually try it, just ends up feeling like the same sort of stuff that you had with the nature stuff on the class anyway. So
that's okay.
You know, like, it was cool to be that thing, but it just kind of really make sense in the end.
And people are really vibing with the plant skills too. I see everybody excited to be farmers and to water the plants and everything. Did you expect that sort of reception? Because I'm kind of shocked to see everybody fight.
I mean, I was really happy with it, honestly. Like, the watering the plants thing came relatively late. Like, it actually happened while we were trying to work out what support gems we could have for the lightning, for the thunderstorm skill. It used to be called lightning storm, in fact, and it just had lightning. And I was like, we were trying to design supports, and I was like, okay, like I need to find something else interesting for this to do. Oh, was it the supports? Something like that. But anyway, there was some point where we changed over to be like, okay, let's let's add another mechanic to this that can actually make it so that it interacts with the other skills in the class, and I was really happy with that one. And I suspect what we might even end up doing is have the watering concept come onto the ranger at some point in some way. I don't quite know how yet, but at some point I'll probably try to come up with that, because I think it kind of can be quite cool. And we did add all of the watering features to all of the plants that the ranger already has.
Oh, really? Okay, so there's some...
Yeah, so you can water all the ranger's plants if you want. I mean, currently we're required to do something cross-class, but later on I think we can probably do something interesting with that.
Okay. I want to swap gears and talk a little bit about bosses. Back in 0.3, you guys tremendously decreased the health of pinnacle bosses, not bosses of maps or anything. Do you ever see you raising the ceiling of those again, so that maybe they're a little bit more challenging to the top end of builds? People have something to chase after and fight?
The problem with this is that we don't want to limit the number of builds that can be considered viable too much by having the pinnacles be too high in life. And it's especially a little bit... it can be a little bit deceptive when you've got a few things that are completely crazy at the moment that, like, you know, can sort of effectively make it seem trivial to a lot of people. But yeah, ultimately, it's like the higher your ceiling is on the pinnacles, the higher well, effectively the higher bar that a build needs to clear to actually be considered viable. And I think it was just kind of not really quite healthy. Now there could still be some adjustment to this, of course, right? Like, we'll adjust it once we have a look, but we have to get the balance into a bit more of a, like, correct place before we can sort of say that, like, okay, here's what the life needs to be. And I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we ended up buffing some of that life a little bit, but I don't think it needs... I certainly wouldn't want to be like, okay, this is like 3 times higher and like ultra challenging. Because as I said, as soon as you have something like
higher.
That'll become the bar you need to clear for a build to be viable, and suddenly a bunch of builds just get erased. So that's the challenging part there.
All right, and I also see, and I debated it myself, people talking about the new boss resistance window. This only exists in the patch notes right now, unfortunately, so we don't know how it plays out in game. Could you just give the skinny on why you guys implemented it and how exactly it works?
It's just to prevent preloading of the boss with, like, all sorts of stuff. You know, like, so I don't know exactly how long it lasts, but it's not long. It's just basically the first few seconds of the fight. You the boss is resistant to stuff. And honestly, in PoE 1, a ton of bosses have this. It's just like it's just already a thing. In PoE 2, we didn't have it. It's been you know, we're adding it. It just prevents, like, some of the sort of, like, weird abuse cases that you'll get of, like, you know, I'm going to just preload the exact place where the boss is going to stand. With all of the effects, and then you know, the boss doesn't even get a chance to move before it dies. So yeah, it's just to prevent that kind of thing.
Okay. A little bit of a quality of life feature regarding the endgame and tablets. Right
this
now,
is my
tablets,
favorite
they
boss.
have different icons on
Wonder
them.
how fast we're
really
gonna be able to kill them. We're just gonna spit them down.
There's no, like, stash tab for them. Is there,
yeah, we can probably sort that out. Like, I agree that that's something we just need to fix. I actually brought it up.
Wait, what did you say?
Like yesterday with someone, so we might even see if we can fix that. Cases that you'll get of, like, you know, I'm going to just preload the exact place where the boss is going to stand with all of the effects, and then you know, the boss doesn't even get a chance to move before it dies. So yeah, it's just to prevent that kind of thing.
Okay. A little bit of a quality of life feature regarding the endgame and tablets. Right now, tablets, they have different icons on them, but it's really hard to differentiate, especially since there's no, like, stash tab for them.
Yeah, we can probably sort that out. Like, I
oh, I'm doing no damage.
I actually brought it up like yesterday with someone, so we might even see if we can fix that before the release, if possible.
Yeah.
But I'll check out on that.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I agree.
Okay. This is a fun one here. So, the Path of Exile 2 campaign, swapping gears entirely. Are you satisfied with the current difficulty curve for the campaign?
I would say that I mostly am, but there have been some cases where we had problems with weapon types during campaign. Mark mentioned this basically where you just had holes in the progression where, and you wouldn't really appreciate why it was as a player, but like it meant you just didn't get upgrades for your weapon for pretty significant periods of time in some cases. And so we've effectively plugged those now so that the weapon progression should feel a bit better as you go through. And that should mean that like if you fell into a hole with regard to not being able to get a weapon upgrade in certain places, which was like just an issue, you know, for a lot of the time, then yeah, that should be sorted out at least. But that being said, like you do want some things to be harder and some things to be easier. Like generally speaking, what we want is like towards the end of an act, it like ramps up in difficulty and gets a bit harder, and then when you have the next act, you get a little bit of a downgrade again. So you get that sort of feeling of relief a little bit of like, now I'm just fighting regular trash monsters again, and then it kind of ramps up again to get harder again. So that's kind of the ideal curve that we get, and you know, to sort of make things not feel too flat, like you get a bit of variety of experiences.
I'm glad you brought up the weapon drop thing, because that's something that has been brought to my attention quite a bit, and I've experienced it too, where the difference between someone who gets that lucky drop and someone who doesn't. I mean, you can have a 30-second boss fight or a 3-minute long boss fight, and some people, they can't last that entire 3 minutes, unfortunately, and they end up just giving up. Right. So it sounds you guys adjusted, essentially, seeding.
Well, what mostly is was just that you'd have situations where you'd have like gaps of like 28 levels before you got a DPS upgrade, just because of the way the weapon types happen to be. Yeah. And like, that's obviously not right. So, you know, like it should. I'm not going to say it will prevent you from ever having a situation where you would not get a good weapon, but it certainly should reduce the number of cases where that happens quite a lot, just by virtue of improving that.
This also feeds into a topic you guys spoke about a few other days, where there's power in your gear and there's power in more deterministic avenues, you know, the passive tree, your skill gems and all that. And I think during the campaign, it's one area where people can drop off entirely, where if they're not lucky, they're not getting gear upgrades, they can't go somewhere and farm power in their gems or, you know, get more levels in the passive tree, because it's not as powerful if they don't get, you know, that gear drop. So do you have any, we talked about this before, do you have any ideas for like maybe pushing players to the shop or doing the crafting tutorial I know we spoke about a few months ago, so like the new players, so they know, like I do, oh, we'll just go check the shop when you level up. You're probably going to get a weapon upgrade there. Oh, gamble with the gambler.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I should.
There. Is that something you would look to
I also didn't fill my freaking potions.
Well, okay, so I do definitely want to put a thing about crafting, a tutorial for crafting, because I do know that's something that's like less obvious. I would sort of hope that people don't need to know about the fact that like there's a shop there, right? I mean, they're there, right? Like it should be relatively clear. Like that one I don't think there's any. Like,
I just forget about doing it.
I guess
I know it's there.
Funnily enough, I think that's more of a PoE 1 player experience thing, where like they expect the shop items to be bad. I think people who weren't PoE 1 players would generally expect that the shop items can be good, because most games do have good shop items. It's just really PoE 1 that doesn't.
Oh, we'll try this one.
So that could kind of be that, like that kind of issue that's going on with that particular one. As for gambling, I mean, yeah, like people try that generally. I think that's kind of mostly okay. So it's really the crafting. I think that if you're a new player and you don't understand how the crafting works, that can be the thing. Yeah, as I said, that's why we want to do a tutorial there. But I mean, look, you can always grind for items, and you will find better upgrades and stuff like that. You can do it. And the other thing, of course, we want to push you towards is like do more of the side quests, do more of those like extra power-giving things that are on the map. And so that might be more we'd want to push people towards, because those ones will both give you more drops, but also give you more specific rewards and all sorts of stuff. Like if you're missing out on those, and you're having a hard time, that'd be where you go like to fix your issue. We've sort of had a bit of a hard time communicating those as much, like as what some other games have done. So I think that's probably where I'd want to try and improve the communication there.
That sounds good. Elaborating a little bit on the crafting side of things. The last league we had this, and we had the bones and that crafting, and we had the special modifiers. That was all super cool.
You desecrated?
It led a lot of people though to go use resources outside of the game, because these things, these omens, these bones, they're very valuable, and people didn't want to waste them, right? Or they end up just selling them. And
see if we can get something here.
Do you have any thoughts on whether or not you guys would ever implement some in-game resource where it tells you, okay, this item has these particular affixes, and you can roll these specific modifiers because it has these tags, like all that information in game, because it's all there. You know, you go to PoE2DB or you go to like Craft of Exile, and it's all in the files. It's just not in game. Is that too, like, I don't know? Do you interact with the UI too much or something? Or
so there's a couple of things about that. So we'd have to make some kind of like, I'm not totally against doing this as like a kind of like a mod database almost type of situation, maybe. But I do worry that it will,
what can we do with this?
Like when you're actually new, that it'll still steer you away. So like I kind of want to find a way to do that that doesn't
We'll lose
feel
attack
wrong.
speed.
We did at one point talk about having like a crafting system type window thing that would like help you with that, but it kind of didn't really end up going anywhere for various reasons. That being said, like in some cases with the omens in particular, you had like, you know, the homogenizing omens were kind of one of those things where you would have to really, using those like does require information that like the game wasn't really giving you, but I think the better situation in that regard, like for various reasons, was to get rid of them. You know, like, but look, there's always going to be cases where you can get advantage by going to information sources out of game. Like it's definitely going to be the case.
Right. Yeah.
So like on some level, you kind of you've lost that battle before you even started. So I think that
really
surfacing what
gamble
mods
it?
can generate is interesting, and maybe we should do that. But I don't know that I go too much further than that. That's probably about the limit of what I'd say that I'd want to do.
Well, did they not add a
Yeah.
gam? Oh, there.
No need for like tutorial. Just
We'll do one.
just a resource in game to read. You know, just so
Come
people
on.
are aware of what's going to happen. Right?
do
I
we
remember
get?
I was so excited when I saw like, oh, the Kurgol modifier and the Ulaman. I was like,
Double
oh, what are
leash.
these? What could they be? And then I thought, oh man, this is probably really costly if I end up using it without, you know, investigating first. So
Right.
sometimes it can discourage people from experimenting and just lead to, okay, I'm going to list it on the trade marketplace and not touch it. So that's good to hear. Now,
Let's
I
go
saw
throw
a
our
little bit
helmet
of
in.
confusion on the forums about the increased monster hit points
Ooh,
and
60
how
life.
ailment thresholds will scale with that. I saw some devs maybe saying, oh, well, those are two different stats in PoE 2. They don't
Oh,
correlate.
there's a
Have you
part
guys
of
thought
me
about how
I would change the
monsters are
life.
going to have higher health now and how that interacts with player ailments?
I don't know actually what happened with this. My assumption would be that the ailment threshold would not be affected. That's my assumption. But I don't actually know that for sure, so I'd have to actually ask someone.
So
to find out what
ailments are
happened with
nerfed?
that. But I don't believe it is our intention to make ailments harder to apply. So I would imagine that we would just sort that out. Yeah, like that's not something that we would intentionally do, I would say.
That makes sense.
That's good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, this is a question about bosses again. Now, in PoE 2, pinnacle bosses.
How are we doing on the... I find myself not really paying that much attention to this. Maybe I should stop listening to it. There's 20 minutes left. We'll finish it.
Those are the only bosses that I know of that have drop tables.
I'm only getting
no other mob
desert
type
runes.
has it in the game. Is this something you would look forward to adding to the campaign and specific bosses of zones, sort of like divination card drops
Is it
in
because my
PoE
fire
1,
resist-
so
no, my
people
fire
in
resist is
solo
fine. It's my cold
self-bound
resist that's the
or
problem.
Tridley can target farm certain unique items and the like? Or is this something you'd like to keep reserved for the pinnacles?
I think it's really case by case, and I honestly don't have like an overall philosophy about this, other than just to say that like you do want some like fixed rewards are really important to make different content actually be played. So you do need that. So that's like sort of the main reason why we do that. And other than that, I mean, the general drop pool is you want to keep that exciting as well. The divination card thing we will do eventually in PoE 2. Like we've already told people that will come at some point. We've already even given some people free divination cards in those boxes we did ages ago. So we've done that already as well. So that'll happen. I don't have an exact... I'm not going to tell you yet how exactly those are going to be laid out, but yeah, part of the thing you're doing, getting into divination cards, is the ability to target farm certain things, so there'll be an element of that for sure when they do come.
Excited to see that in game. I have two MTX questions for you. The first is related to all of these awesome microtransactions having specific effects attached to them. Map devices that track your time in the map, track the number of rares, magic mobs,
those
common
are
mobs
really
in
cool.
the map,
Also a
and how
little
they're
bit
attached
overpowered.
to the actual cosmetic. Is there any way that grinding your games would be able to detach the effect from the cosmetic and let you use it? Because this is something people are saying, oh, I buy this, but I don't want to wear the cosmetic, or I don't want to use the cosmetic, or I want to mash them together. Is that something you guys are aware of and looking into?
Over time, we have been doing more of that, like with the tracking scroll stuff that we've been doing, and so on. Like for like the sort of global character stats, we've been doing that kind of thing. But then in some cases we do just like part of the excitement and theme of the item is the thing that it does, right? So like, look, it really is case by case. But like, I mean, yeah, sure, we do hear that, and we have been moving a bit more towards that with certain features, but other ones not. Like, and so with the map device thing, for example, like I think it's kind of important that the map device is part of the, the thing of that. Like, it's right in theme with it, and it's what makes it interesting, and so on. So, yeah.
But I don't understand, because like, I get what he's saying. If the map device theme is to let the big clock or whatever, it tracks the time you're in there. But why wouldn't you just let me... If I buy that big clock or whatever, I mean, I don't think you can anymore, but let's just say I buy the big clock, and because I want to track how long I'm in my maps. Why wouldn't you let me rip that functionality off the clock and put it into something else? Like, I will still have to buy the clock. I will still have to use my clock, but I just transmog it for something else. I don't understand why that should be a problem. It's pure cosmetic.
I just, as I said, I wouldn't want to get away completely from that, but we have been doing more of it in certain cases of splitting the functionality.
Shifting over to transmog, your developers dropped a big bomb on Reddit a few months ago about a transmog system that's in the works that will allow us to permanently unlock some skins. Do you have any update on that and how it works?
No update yet, but it will happen. It's just not done yet.
Okay. People are very excited for that, let me tell you. They love dressing up their characters in PoE.
Yeah, I don't really care.
The interludes, they were introduced last league. They're here again this league, and they were a huge hit. I loved them. I liked how snappy they were. They told like really concise stories, and the action kept flowing. Now, I'm not asking about a campaign skip. I'm just saying, with the reception of interludes, do you see a future in which you have the PoE 2 campaign 6 acts, and then maybe you guys go back and you add a bunch of other interludes in? You can run either the campaign, or if you've already beaten the campaign, maybe you run a set of 9 or 12 interludes that are a little snappier. You don't have a lot of dialogue. It seems like a middle ground solution that I don't think I'd have ever thought of before. Kind of interesting.
Well, it's not something that I'd really considered, so I guess I'll just put that in the list of things to think about. But yeah, it's not exactly something in my mind for sure.
Okay.
I mean, look, the thing we've said about the interludes is, yeah, like all that content was really made for endgame. So that's when that we'll put like just extra in-game maps and stuff like that. So we'll use it for that in the short term.
Okay, so I think I'm going
there's not like a huge amount of dialogue and all that sort of stuff, and that's the stuff that'll go away. And then I guess we could consider using it for some other purpose like that in the future.
Okay.
I guess I could imagine maybe imagine doing like a custom race or something like that. Or I don't know. There'd be probably some way we could use the content for something like that, maybe.
Okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the Ignite on the Wyvern and Incinerate, changing up how Ignite works. A lot of people like the fantasy of hitting monsters really fast and applying lots of dots on them, as opposed to just the one big hit magnitude that you need to do in PoE 2 right now to apply a big dot. Is that a fantasy that you guys are going to keep working on implementing with Bleed, Ignite, or elements like that?
We'll probably do some adjustments, but I don't know, like there isn't like an immediately clear, obvious, like here's the change that's going to happen here. Like we're going to have to come up with something different. I think that it's pretty interesting what we've done with the Wyvern, Flame Breath and Incinerate. Like I think that can go some way, but I think it's kind of going to come down to individual skills, like what are different ways. I wouldn't want to change the system in general, because so in PoE 1 you could kind of do this, but like the specking was just kind of a few different random multiple of scalars that didn't really make sense, and I kind of didn't love it. You need like a thematically sensible way for it to happen.
Wait, what are they talking about?
That also can't be taken advantage of, and like what we've done with the Wyvern, the content and something like that, maybe.
Okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the Ignite on the Wyvern and Incinerate, changing up how Ignite works.
Yeah.
A lot of people like the fantasy of hitting monsters really fast and applying lots of dots on them, as opposed to just the one big hit magnitude that you need to do in PoE 2 right now to apply a big dot. Is that a fantasy that you guys are going to keep working on implementing with Bleed, Ignite, or elements like that?
We'll probably do some adjustments, but I don't know, like there isn't like an immediately clear, obvious, like here's the change that's going to happen here. Like we're going to have to come up with something different. I think that it's pretty interesting what we've done with the Wyvern, Flame Breath and Incinerate. Like I think that can go some way, but I think it's kind of going to come down to individual skills, like what are different ways. I wouldn't want to change the system in general, because
Queen of Filth.
So in PoE 1 you could kind of do this, but like the specking was just kind of a few different random multiple of scalars that didn't really make sense, and I kind of didn't love it. You need like a thematically sensible way for it to happen, that also can't be taken advantage of, and like in a negative way. So like it's kind of a little bit tricky. I do understand that like that is a fantasy, but yeah, like I think it's going to come down to individual skills and uniques and stuff like that to sort of enable that. Maybe even a keystone. Like there was some discussion of like a keystone and changing that and more of a different way to apply it, but we didn't quite work out exactly how that could work yet. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be like the core way it works. It'll be more just like.
I thought I was going to be able to apply Ignite.
Okay. You were talking about builds that you guys were designing for the Druid. You're going to release them in a few videos leading up to launch. For any patch in the past, was there a build that you guys discovered or thought about that maybe it's no longer viable, maybe it is, that you guys were really excited for, but nobody discovered it? Is there anything you can think of?
I don't know if I can really remember anything particularly. The players usually find much more stuff than what we find, quite frankly. There's just so many more of them, so it's kind of hard to hide things, I would say, as far as mechanics go. Because yeah, people uncover them for sure. The much more likely scenario would be that there was something we thought was viable that ended up not being, but nothing comes to mind about that.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask, is there anything that you were like, oh man, this is going to be so busted, and then the players are like, wow, this is total crap, Jonathan. We don't want to play this at all. Okay. Question about the future of PoE 2 and PoE 1. I know a few interviews ago you mentioned that you guys are you're looking to hire some producers for the team to help with like the project management loads. Long term, you know, in an ideal world, are you looking at grinding your games with a Path of Exile 1 team, a Path of Exile 2 team, and some people that work between the teams, or do you really like the atmosphere that you've curated where people are, you know, working on PoE 1, working on PoE 2, and they swap between them constantly every 2 months?
We have been splitting people up a little bit more, and that's mostly because like having to deliver something every 2 months is really quite hard.
Right.
Like just mentally in terms of people, you know, trying to work on this stuff. So like we've actually been doing that a little bit more. And I mean, look, eventually it'll be good if like, you know, most people can only have to worry about a release every 4 months rather than 2. So that would kind of be the goal, but yeah, you know, it requires like, you know, having 2 of everything, right? Like you have to have people that do every single job, but twice, which isn't always necessarily easy. So yeah, we'll move towards that, but this is going to take time.
Okay. With your Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 leagues, I've noticed, especially the past 2, I'd say Keepers of the Flame and Abyss, you guys have really gone in adding more story flourishes, and this is something I kind of care about, like Aelith's story. I guess I won't spoil it for people who haven't played it yet, but Aelith and the whole Keepers of the Flame story was really, really interesting. Is that something your narrative team is really keen on like evolving as each patch comes out? Now we have
okay, so he's asking about more stories. Everything's good in Denmark, or at least here where I am. It's all good. All good.
Interactive dialogue. We have these cool Easter eggs and all that. Is that something that they're like, they have more bandwidth to do now, or?
We've hired a lot more narrative people recently. Like the team's much bigger, so that's why that's sort of starting to happen. Oh, really? In fact, we just had another one start on Monday. So yeah, like the team's expanding in that regard, and yeah, that's why we're now able to do a lot of the stuff that we previously just weren't really able to do. So yeah, it's definitely something that we've improved a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I really appreciate those extra little touches too. So as a lore enjoyer myself. Okay, I have a bunch of rapid fire questions for you, Jonathan. I maybe they'll inspire some discussion, but they might be simple as well. And then I have one thing to close out everything with, okay? So first, we were planned to get a pathing import for the passive skill tree in PoE 2. Is there any status on that? Is that still
I don't know the status for it, but it still is planned. So I still want to get that.
Oh, that sounds nice. That's gonna be good.
How about sprint? Okay, I think after a few days of clunkiness, I love it. Okay, but I was very frustrated and I was dying a lot those first few days. Is there any opportunity to add a specific keybind for sprint where it does your roll into the sprint, but it's just not on your dodge key? That's something that could happen?
So I hadn't heard anyone ask for that specific thing about like still doing the roll.
Yeah, like a separate.
So what are you suggesting that when you press it, it would continue sprinting even if you weren't holding it, or are you saying just so that you don't have the ability, like so you don't have the potential for accidentally running?
That's it, because some people have really fat fingers. And they mean to dodge, they go into the sprint, and bam, they get stunned out of it.
So, I guess we could do that. Like we could have it so that you can like separate the two out, but they're by default combined. I suppose that would be an option.
I will admit I do that sometimes.
That might be something we can do.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. For people with fat fingers,
would I do
like
that?
Myself. All right, this one, I know it's been done to death as well, but I think it would help a lot of new players. Death recap, even a simple one. Is that something you guys want to add?
I mean, at some point probably, but unfortunately not really on the cards in the near future.
Okay. So for map modifiers and for items, is there the possibility to add in color coding for prefixes and suffixes and certain modifiers in PoE 2?
I'd actually prefer not, because I don't like items to turn into a rainbow. Like, I think it really hurts how they look. Okay. So it's just one of those things that I don't really love.
Like a hotkey?
Yeah, so I'm
like
not a fan of it personally.
Not a fan of it? How about map modifiers? Like being able to highlight certain map modifiers, or is that...
I suppose it's similar where it just like turns into a bit of a rainbow in the end, which is I'm not a big fan of.
Okay. All right, for all my Acolyte of Chayula lovers out there, all 1% of them, are you planning on adding like chaos attacks to the quarterstaff anytime soon to maybe build out the
I don't have a specific thing. They're probably one of the major things we need to do is just just rework chaos generally. Like I would say that it needs like some kind of ailment or something. Like we need something for it to do more than what it's doing. So yeah, like we need to do a full chaos rework really, I would say.
Okay.
Ooh.
Performance improvements for opening the Atlas. I know you mentioned this. Are we still going to get the black screen when we open the Atlas right now?
That probably, I need to check on that. I haven't like looked at that specific thing personally. Okay. Yeah, like the reason why it does that is because it's loading shaders in the background, and so there isn't a huge amount we can do about that because we're kind of at the whim of the display driver. One thing I will just say generally is if you have problems with black screens in general, deleting a shader cache can improve it potentially if you've got a full shader cache. So just like do that from time to time, or reinstall your graphics driver as well. That could help. But yeah, if you get a really long scene there, it can be because of that. But yeah, like unfortunately, it's just shaders need to load. But you also don't want to load them before you open the Atlas because that would just be wasting your memory. So
right,
yeah, that's the reason why it's like that.
Okay, so clean your keyboard, clean your monitor, and clear your shader cache before Friday, guys. That's what you want to do.
Yep.
Okay, is it actually called a cache?
The /passes
it's not a
command
cache.
we have in PoE 1 that shows us which passes we missed. Possibility of getting that in PoE 2 so we can see it all in one place instead of like scrolling over all the map.
I think a better solution to that would be to integrate it somehow into the world screen, because like that's kind of what's showing you like. So for example, like maybe there should be maybe there should be like a pop-down thing that says like 0 out of 3 passive things done or something, like something like that. Like there'd be some way to integrate it there probably, that I think I'd prefer to just a chat command.
I like that.
And that would probably be the way to do that, I reckon.
Yeah, I like that. All right, this one, people going crazy asking about it. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Auto sort inventory, Jonathan. What is your philosophy on this? Is that ever going to happen?
Well, I mean, if I ever do that, then Chris will come rolling out of his grave to kill me. So, like I've got to bear that in mind as a downside.
True. He's still
it's the whole item weight thing, right?
Yeah.
It's the whole item weight thing. It's very, it's one of those things of like, it goes down the road of like items not even mattering, and like you never actually see them, you never interact with them, like that kind of stuff, right? That's
I don't understand. Like,
stuff. So I mean, even the stuff we do have around like item affinities and so on made Chris pretty uneasy. But that was still really important. That was one that I actually came up with as like a way to sort of make it so that you still interact with stuff, but you still have some level of automation with regard to the stash.
Oh.
The only thing I would like is whenever I'm in a map, I would like to be able to press a button that just moved all of these like as far to the left or whatever as possible, and just filled up all the slots so I didn't have to go drag everything. That's the only automation I would want.
Like that kind of thing, has been good. But the auto sort I think might be a little bit of a bridge too far. But maybe there could be a world, as I said, like the proponents against that, and not necessarily as loud as they were before. So I suppose maybe, but I'm not a fan personally.
I mean, how fast did the call come from Chris when async trade was implemented?
Well, he certainly was concerned about it, I'll tell you that. He was certainly very concerned about it. But I managed to sell him in the end. I sold him in the end, and he was on board. So,
okay, well that's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are on good terms with that. Okay, now this one. This one right here. Okay, profanity filter on console. Apparently there's no profanity filter. Is that something you guys could implement?
Who the fuck cares?
On console. Yeah, I don't know if that's you or Sony.
Radar.
Maybe.
It wasn't on my radar at all. Is there normally an option in the game for that?
I don't know. I get profanity filled.
I'm like completely. I actually know nothing about this whatsoever. I'm like just zero understanding of the situation with this.
I don't know. People they don't like saying swear words. I guess they like.
Boy.
Sure, I mean,
He looks cool.
it was not even a thing anyone's ever mentioned to me before.
Okay. Shapeshift MTX when? Why was there not a Druid supporter pack, Jonathan? What is this? Come on.
Well, there are going to be some MTX for Druid, but I just think they're not in the pack, so therefore you didn't announce them.
Oh, cool.
That's because the packs that we sell at that, they generally we try not to make them specific to a class, right? Because those are the kind of like things that get you the points. The stuff you spend the points on, those are the ones that are going to be specific to classes, and therefore that's where all the different bear forms and things like that.
This is kind of stupid.
In fact, I think that there are all the skills have something for the Druid right off the bat this time, which is something I don't think we've ever managed to do before.
Could you leak a bear form?
Does the Wyvern have something?
Unfortunately,
no, I want to see.
Not really my department, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, there's some stuff there.
Okay,
that's pretty okay.
2 more quick questions, Jonathan. One, I don't know if you're aware of this. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble, or anyone in GGG in trouble. There was a Twitch drop where somebody was adjusting their glasses, the Exile's treasurer decoration. It was really interesting. It stood out to me. How did you feel about GGG immortalizing you?
I wasn't made aware of that one before it happened, so whatever. It's just whatever.
It's good. It's really good. Okay.
Right. Okay.
It is right next to my stash. I have it there. He talks about how poor I am. Unfortunately, I'm not bringing enough gold in, but it's a good MTX. I noticed it immediately. It's a good little Easter egg. Okay. To close us out, obviously you guys are revisiting at Ziri in this expansion. First out, was it kind of exciting or nostalgic to go back to Adziri, because she was like the very first expansion to Pee-wee 1, Sacrifice of the Vaal, and that was the first big endgame boss? How did that feel on your end?
For sure. I mean, people have a lot of love for Adziri, so there was also this whole everyone was very keen to make sure we get it right in terms of how she looks and everything. Like a bunch of people came out of the woodwork to have opinions about that. So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that stuff going on with like the trailer and everything as well. So that was a big one for sure. So I think it turned out very well, and we've got like a pretty awesome version of Adziri for the that kind of like lives up to what we were what people had in their imagination, I suppose, from the previous version of what they were seeing. So that's been a lot of fun for sure.
Now, it was very exciting to see. Everything was framed very well in the trailers. People were quite excited. Now, I have a lore question for you. Doriani says Adziri communes with the beast. Unofficial interpretation from Jonathan. What does that mean, communing with the beast?
Well, I guess you'll have to wait to see
that's the timekeeper. That's the clock
in the game to find out. But you'll see, I suppose, is the answer to that. Okay. Play the game on the 12th, and then you'll find out the answer to that question.
All right, there we go. That's why you hired all the narrative designers to get this Adziri storyline. I see.
That's...
Okay, well, Jonathan, this was a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to sit down, take questions from the community, explain your thoughts. It's always great. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Okay, well, you have 4 more days until the launch. I wish you well.
For sure.
I hope everything goes great. I hope I hope there's not as many bugs as people expect in the league.
I'm sure there can be some, but hopefully we should be right.
Server's not on fire. Everything good. It's the Christmas patch. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
New player peak. We'll see. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Jonathan. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Okay.
All right, guys. What did you guys think about it?
That was cool. I wanted to see the wyvern thing. Oh, that's the spear. Dark Tempest spear skill. Jesus, okay. Didn't they say that there was gonna be a wyvern? Is it not a gem effect? I know you could have gotten the bear from Abyssal Volcano, Abyssal Tornado, Abyssal Lightning Bolt. I know you could have gotten the... Is it armor? You could have gotten the, what's it called, the bear from subscribing when there was the what is it called? Bro, my brain. The Game Awards. There it was. Jesus. And I think there's a wolf you might have already unlocked by just watching. But I mean, maybe. You can have rage imps for your charges. That's kind of fun. Oh, they're right here, and there's none of them. Okay, cool. All right. Well, I wanted to see what it was, but there's nothing. It's fine.
Vaal ingenuity never ceases to amaze me. Hello there.
Investigate the platform.
These runes. I can make out symbols for blood and offering. It's not a blood offering, it's someone of Vaal blood. Perhaps if I... It worked! This is truly something. The apex! It's opening! We're back in the encampment? I can't believe it! We were right on top of this device the entire time.
What have you done, you blithering fool? Yeah, so this doesn't do the suction deal physical damage over time. A tornado has overlaps.
Incredible!
Tornado sucks in enemies and constantly damages them.
I like the tornado.
If it touches elemental ground, it will absorb those effects and apply them to all enemies caught in the tornado.
There's something about this I want to do as well. You cannot gain range hold. Oh my god, it's so sad. Like, you should be able to perma bump around like this. But no, you can't gain range while you're doing it.
Rampage charges forward in a fury, slamming the ground with every footstep. If you have rage, it will be consumed to prolong the charge. Rampage charges forward in a fury, slamming the ground with every footstep. If you have rage, it will be consumed.
Damn. Oh well, that's a couple of my ideas just gone, but here we are. Let's upgrade oil spit because I can. Righto. You know not what you do. Oh, we got a spirit gem. Do we do Savage Fury? It is coming in a little bit handy, but it's only 2% more. At the same time, Overwhelming Presence isn't exactly... Ah, YOLO. We'll do it. I could have also just held it, but... Alright. Let's see how we square up against the Vaal.
Are these living Vaal? In the flesh? Hello? My name is Alva Valai. It was I who... No, don't run away.
Oh. Imagine if you could have attacked them. Just the dragon running down the steps. Devour. Well, so far it's going okay. What do we find here? I don't understand what the point of that thing is. Why would you use that? Is it an extra way? You get one from the freaking Chimera. I was about to say there's a heart I found to find here, right? I don't know if I can be bothered. Body rune? Oh, you can get life from putting it in a martial weapon. Where are all the there's too little life in PoE2 people. Just play shaman. You can scale it with your weapon. The best place to scale defense is right in the weapon slot. Everybody wants to do that. Okay. Oh, we didn't put anything in here. Where are we going now, actually? Oh, we're going to get this, maybe? I'm not entirely sold on what I'm doing is the right thing. Oh, I was going here, wasn't I? Yeah, I was. Ticket deck smoke point. There we go. I don't know if I'm ever going to use it, but it is what I'm doing right now, so we'll see. Well, it's not what I'm doing in practice, because the Wyvern is just enough, but it prepares us for it. Wait, so I can step in my own oil, or do they do oil as well? Nah, they do oil. Because I didn't spit this time. Okay. I don't know if I can be bothered with these, but I guess I will. 11. I guess Devour and Wing Blast are being used quite a lot, so we'll go with those. That is kind of just what I'm doing right now. Like just a auto attack to stun them and then Wing Blast. I'm kind of playing a moderately scuffed base build as a dragon. That is basically what I'm doing right now. Okay, I wanna get the checkpoint. I kind of want to see what's down here. I kind of assume it's just gonna lead us back there, but big fire. Man, this is super easy. I don't know if it's just the Druid being super powerful, or maybe they toned down the area, but this is not usually this easy. I guess there is a universe where it's power creep. It could be power creep. I'm gonna have to see if it's if it happens when I get here and other characters as well. Because this area is usually reasonably yikes. Time Lost Ruby. Oh, we got a Vaal ruin. Oh. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't really into that right now. We'll do it though. I have to, kinda. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let's see.
Don't get eaten.
There is movement speed on, but okay. Oh, that is movement speed as well. I guess I'll hold on to that one just in case I want to do something with it. That one we have to keep. What do you do? Notable passive skills in radio also grant presence area of effect. Ignite magnitude. And glory generation for banner skills. Okay. Interesting. Attack speed, companions and plans. Critical hits for attacks. Damage with spears. Melee damage, spell damage, break armor. Didn't we have one that we saved? Yeah, we saved this one. Gain rage when hit by an enemy and global fizz. Could be better, could be worse. What are we getting? Increased attack damage. This will do. It's gonna give us some damage on everything, so we're okay with that. Oh, the console, obviously. Now the question is if I want to do this one. It's a treasure vault. I don't know if I do. I don't know. We'll do that. Do we do this? Do we put it down here just for the sake of it? Whatever. YOLO. I think it gave us the medallion to check it out, so we'll use it.
Never the same twice, this place.
No. Ooh. Ooh. Dude, that wasn't even the vault. So it's just a bunch of gold in here? And then we pull the levers and here comes Alva.
This is what it's all about. This vault does belong to Atziri, but this can't be what the legends speak of.
What?
Her vaults are supposed to be 2 vast ziggurats full of gold, jewels, and priceless artifacts. This looks more like a tribute paid by the Kamasan sect.
It's all much of a muchness to me. You can tell these trinkets apart.
The patterns in the gold are quite unique. See there? The mark of the renowned mech tool. Good luck.
Okay, well, it wasn't enough to impress Alva, I guess. Bro, if you found this, you'd be set for life. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh. Okay. Now time for the actual rooms that we came here for. Void Fang. Ooh, that has flat. Okay. Wait, Volt Fang maybe. Yeah, Volt Fang. So that has flat lightning damage on there. Did this really not have a crafting bench? Sad. Come on. Get fucked. So we got an alchemy workbench here. Okay, one alchemy, so we can take a random item and upgrade it to a rare and hope we get something good. You could see this vault grants 3 enemies. That's not what I want. Let's just send that. Oh, I'm locked in here. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. And this room also didn't have anything? Sad. Let's see what happens. Cold crit attack speed? That's not bad. This has decent flat actually. So in terms of it, this should be a sizable upgrade. This should be a pretty sizable upgrade actually. That's pretty cool. Wait, aren't these? Ooh, we might have glovers as well. Is this a dead end? No, go this way. Improve the tier of a room.
Another medallion.
But no. I think I'll hold on to the improve the tier of a room until I get like a corruption one I can take out. Rah. Oh. Oh, what happens now? Do I lose the temple? No, okay. I wasn't really paying attention if I'm being honest. Let's check these glovers. They are less, but they give damage. Was there nothing here as well? I'm getting a little bit disappointed this time around, huh? Nothing here as well? Sad. We got a regal here. A fucking regal? Can I take it out? No, that ain't gonna do shit. Guess we'll upgrade overwhelming presence, because why not? And nothing, really. So we have a regal chest. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that. I think I did everything. I'm pretty sure I did everything, so we're just gonna close it. And then we'll go to Exile, and then soon we level. You do not have the quest state to reach? What? I gotta be in the... Oh, that's kind of bullshit. I guess it's just specifically problem with here because it's like two different let's see the shield we got. Is it cool? Does it do anything interesting? Oak Swan. Block chance, energy shield, chaos resist. Didn't really do anything interesting. 3% damage from deflected hits. Interesting. Wait, this one I feel like I... Oh! Let's do that one.
My wits aren't they up to it?
My wits aren't they up to it? Okay, well we use that one as well. Oh, my wits. Okay, we need to take 2 more int points, but... There and there. I think it's already better. Are we gonna... We're probably gonna slap 2... We're probably gonna slap 2... What's it called? Exalts on it and see. See what happens. If I go now, can it then take me there? Oh my god, okay. Way out. Is there a checkpoint here I can use? Yes. Let's see if we can find a corpse real quick.
What mad fiends?
Okay. We got 12 seconds of that's not happening. RP is too long. Sad.
Don't worry. I can solve this. This is all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you activated the gate? Which one of you is a Vaal blood?
Why, that was me, of course. I am Alva Valai, treasure hunter extraordinary.
Take her!
Timing was a bit off here.
To Doriani. As for you, I will pay back every drop of Vaal blood you have spilled. Shupik spear!
She hurts.
Bow to your queen or die! Hey!
Get fucked!
Did I slay the viper? Or did she just shed her skin?
Well, that was fucking stupid. Ah. The cold damage is not the best for me. I think without the without my shaman ascendancy, I would have been dead a couple times over here. My cold resistance is I think it's like 20 if even. Oh, 34. It's not as bad as I thought it was. But definitely bad. That was bad. Okay. No, no, no. I wonder if I can up the duration of my stuns. Okay, we got... Let's put this one in. Do we have a point we can put in the other one? In the shape shifting. Oh no. I see an issue. Damn. I hate the fact that I can't just do okay. Let me just pop this point in with weapon sets 2. And then they're just shared. No, you have to go freaking unspec out of all of these. Then pick this one. Then swap back. And then you could go the other weapon set. Well, now I don't have any points, but... I should try and find the last... room. I do always find myself getting a little bit bored by the end of this act. It drags on a little too long. At least in my opinion. Like, by the time I get here, I'm always ready to be done. It is also extremely hot in here. I think we need to turn, like, we turned on the heat here recently because it was cold, but in here it just doesn't make sense. The room's fairly small and the PC is seemingly capable of heating everything up to a cooking 20 something plus. It's one of those things where probably I just have to turn it off when I'm streaming. So after this, we got a whole nother zone that's basically identical to this one. And after that, we have the whole Doriani zone. Oh, wow. Something hurt. There it was. I finally found it. Picked something up. Oh wait, it was superior. Okay, we'll pick it up. Oh, there's two right next to each other? Okay, well.
Now, worthless trinket. Save for the coin it'll fetch from Oswald.
So that if it fetches coin, then it's not worthless. The fuck? Ah, what'd you throw? I was gonna just run from him, but then he clipped my ankles. Wait, so here's what I don't get. If she hasn't communed with the beast yet, this doesn't make sense to me. Because this is the day she communes with the beast. So she hasn't communed to the beast. With the beast. In the trailer, we see her going to the beast. Not looking like this with 4 titties and 4 arms. And then she emerges out of the pool with 4 titties and 4 arms. How is this statue here now? If she hasn't communed with the beast yet? Oversight? Did they fuck up the story? Like, why is she 4 titties, 4 arms if she hasn't communed with the beast yet? Like, she gets the powers from the beast. I'm not necessarily saying that she gets them when she communes with the beast, but didn't they say that the Vaal Empire went under when she communed with the beast? Isn't that what happens? Like, she communes with the beast and everything explodes. So she must not have been 4 titty, 4 armed yet, right? Is that not an oversight? Shouldn't this have been a regular woman, not a double woman? I think they made a mistake. Or maybe there's something I don't understand.
Soon to crumble to dust.
Oh. Hatsiri, Hatsiri. So I need to find the knife. God damn it. Woo! I feel like the knife is not in this area of the city. I think it's in the places with all the human sacrifices, right? So searching too hard here, all I'm gonna find are the idols. The knife is in this area? Yeah, but it isn't in this part of the area, right? No, it's not in the clean celebratory area. It's in the place with all the human sacrifices. There's like a midway point in this area where the aesthetic shifts. Right? And the knife is in the second zone of the area. Does that make sense? Right? I'm wrong. I'm right, right? Yeah. Yeah. I fucked up. Usually northeast or northwest. That does sound about right. I'm actually extremely disappointed in the freaking shape-shifting skills, man. The more I think about it, the more sad I'm getting. Like, how are you gonna give us fucking 5 bear skills and 5 wolf skills? No, 4 wolf skills. I guess 5 if you count the freaking reservation gem. Like, that is just so underwhelming. And they aren't even... They aren't even that unique. Like, most of the bear skills are just reskins of mace skills. The wolf skills are just reskins of quarterstaff skills. And I guess the freaking Wyvern is just kind of spearish, isn't it? Or is that also a quarterstaff that does like the... where you like stun in front of you? That's quarterstaff as well, isn't it?
Don't get eaten.
It doesn't even really feel like a new class. The only thing that makes it feel like a new class is that I mean, yeah, you're a bear. Ooh, that's not bad. Chaos damage, flammability magnitude. I guess that's something. Can we do something with this? Bam! I don't think I've swapped rings in a while. And then we got fucking mana regeneration, huh? What are we looking at for rings? What? We have a 16 max life with just lightning res. Interesting. I I guess our lightning rest is kind of fucked now. Oh, it's fine. I don't want to spend any more exalts. I've been firing them off a little bit too freely. Oh yeah, because Devour is just better killing palm, right? Culling Strike, you get a power charge. It's literally the same, but you can just also get them from corpses. And it heals you. It's just better killing palm. Oil spit, I guess, is kinda unique. But I mean, for the bear, everything is just as one of the mace skills, just a little bit different. Like, you got Fury of the Mountain, that is just Volcanic Fissure. But faster, but with less damage. The Furious Slam or whatever, like, pick whatever generic slam. Maybe their warrior doesn't really have a generic slam like that, but that's just a slam, not really anything special. Then you got Rampage, that's just kind of improved shield, whatever, the one where you do like 4 steps and a big one at the end. And then you got the Bear Warcry, which, I mean, it's just a Warcry. It can even slot the human Warcries in. Like, what else you got? The auto attack? I mean, like a freaking bash is a bash, right? Like, is there another one? Oh, there's the Apocalypse one. I guess that one's, like, it's an ultimate, right? So that one's special. So I'll give him that. And then you look at the wolf. And Shred is just a better auto attack, right? Like, it's just an auto attack. Although it gives you those little ice things. So I guess there's that. But isn't that just a freaking support gem? Then you got the freezing... whatever. This one? No. Yeah, this one. That's kind of just the freezing twirly whirly, whatever it is. The monk has the 3 strikes that does a big freeze at the end. I guess Pounce is different. Where you apply a mark. Doesn't monk have like a... It has like a touch that applies a mark, doesn't it? Like Chayula's touch or something, where you apply a socketed mark skill whenever you use it. I guess the cross slash is somewhat special, but monk still has that vault over, or no, spear. Is that spear? There is like a vault over activate shit. But I mean, whatever. We'll give that one as a... We'll give it that one as being unique. Summon wolves on Mark as well, I guess, is something. It's just something I don't care about, but guess I have to give them credit for that one. Wolf companions, I do feel like, are just minions. So it's like, they don't do anything special, do they? I guess there is something that boosts your damage based on how many wolves you have. Like, I think I saw it. Was it the alpha or something? And then you got the ultimate, which we'll just say is special because, I don't know, it transforms you, gives you bonus frost damage. Honestly, it sounds a lot like just the monk avatar of elements or destruction or whatever the fuck it's called. Elemental avatar, whatever it is. Like whenever you've done enough elemental damage or whatever, you get the chance to turn into a some sort of avatar. Is it unbound avatar? And you just do multiplied elemental damage. But yeah, it's an ultimate. We'll call it unique. And then the Wyvern. We got basic attack. I guess the buff is something. I mean, it's not that there's nothing different. It's just that it's...
The shadow of death looms over the Sultan.
It's very similar. And like, you got the power charge and you get it from executing. That's exactly what the monk does.
Leaves a bad taste in the mouth, but I do what must be done.
Wing Blast, there's also a monk ability that does exactly that. Prime for stun, stuns them, does an explosion around them. So, kind of just the same again. What else do we got? Channeling skills. Skill speed. I wonder if that'll be good to take this this wheel here. Which one was it that I decided not to take? It was this one. Remove a curse. Maybe we do this one. With the... But now we're gonna start running out of weapon points, I think. I've spent 12. How many do we get? 24? I've spent half. Increase skill speed or just increase damage? We'll go. Oh, wait a second. I do just remember, I think I want some of the... I think I want to take back these skill things, actually. And use them for just regular points, because... Like, I assume this has the skill duration, right? Or maybe it's channeling, so it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Okay, so skill duration actually doesn't do shit for this, so I'll take it. I'll take it back. I guess you could get it for the oil puddles, but nah, never mind. What should we do with the drunken sailor? Should we get this? Recently, though. Recently. We could get increased damage to hits against shocked. That's probably not a bad idea. It is with hits, though. I don't fucking know, man. What are we doing? Is there anything we know that's going to be a good idea? What are we going to be trying to do? Are we going to be trying to do the flame breath thing? Is that the play? I'm kind of cooked. Ah, fuck it. We'll get this. It'll do something. We already have to figure out what we're doing again. Let's just go lightning damage, because I think we're gonna go lightning damage with I think we're gonna go that watering thing. Also, if we could keep the if we could keep the buff up, the thrill of the kill, that would be a big increase there. Let's go. Did we get everything here? I think we did.
More monuments to death.
These guys hurt.
The intruder is here? What of Nahuatl? I see. No mercy then. Kill him on sight.
Base cruelty. I'll have Doriani's head.
My damage is falling off. I also haven't gotten a weapon upgrade in this entire act, have I? No, I haven't. I guess I should be surprised that it hasn't fallen off hard until now. Why is this one popping out of the ground? Okay.
The secrets of the Vaal are many.
Fools! There is no time for this. Azeri will soon commune with the beast.
Yeah, look.
Cease your assault.
She's communing with the beast soon. Why is she already a tentacle? Oh, sorry, a four-titty woman if she hasn't communed yet? That doesn't make sense to me. We just saw in the trailer that when she communed, and this is where Doriani begs her to stop, right? I guess maybe she communed before that as well, and this is... But why would it be special this time then?
I'll take it.
Hmm. Curious.
Stop this at once. I take no pleasure in harming one of my
I think I just thought of what I wanted to do with this character actually for a build that we'll try to see if we can figure out for the next. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to swap over to go Furious Wellspring. The question is if we can get enough totem. If that's a thing, because I want to... Melee attack skills have +1 to maximum number of summoned totems. Melee attack skills, that's probably not it. Maybe we'd have to go... Nah, maybe I don't want to do totems on this one, because the Oracle has the totem one. I was thinking spell damage on rage, and we'd be a bear. We'd either be a bear or a wyvern for the most of the time, and I would gain power charge and put down the spell totems, but maybe that doesn't work really. Oh wow, what did I do here? Alright, the testing pit. Let's see how fast we can get rid of Doriani.
The eve of the end. The demon of Vatsuatl has finally come for me.
You're even more animal than I!
Survival requires brutal choices. I can't give up. I must save my people.
My people.
It happened! It cannot be stopped!
No, I will succeed. Burn to ash, demon of Vatsuatl. I cannot let my efforts be in vain. I've been preparing for you for years.
Ow.
There is no escape. Atziri will soon begin her ascension. Out of my way, or now you're within my grasp. I've been preparing for you for years. Self-destruction.
Damage was a little bit disappointing here.
Not now.
I am rocking a weapon from Act 2 though.
All I've done, all that I sacrificed.
Your people cannot be saved. History is already written. You can stay here and die, or come with us and help save the future.
The legacy of the Vaal must be protected. I do know of a way to contain the beast.
Best you start talking then. My friend here
That's
isn't
heavy enough
exactly the
already.
peacemaking type.
What? How'd you... Why is it just that you're like using me as a threat? I came to get you. And you were the one who like barged in here. Oops.
If only I had more time.
More dime.
There is an ancient weapon.
So will you help us?
I suppose, but I will come to
It's
you.
settled then.
All right. And here comes the explosion.
Now then, it is time we departed. Activate the portal. We will see about it. It begins.
Okay. Here we are. All is good. Hello, hooded one. Right. Let's see if we got any upgrades here. That's a bit more armor and a bit more energy shields. No HP though. And it can't be added either. We get rarity and a tier 2 rarity of that. There's some armor applies to elementals. Well, we lose lightning resist and cold resist. So that's probably not feasible. What do we got here? Armor and evasion rating. Pretty shit rolls, but a cold damage roll, I guess. Evasion energy shield. I could see myself maybe use that, so we'll hold on to this. Maybe this one isn't terrible either for the other one. I just can't use it now. These two could get good. We'll put them in here for now. This one, I guess we'll see. Maybe, I guess. Nah, I don't think so. Okay, let's get rid of these things. Hello, Servi. You bring someone. Yes, I did. I did indeed bring someone. Wait, I sold... Uh-oh. I disenchanted something I don't think I wanted to. I had a unique somewhere. What? Which unique did... I guess I have to go look at the VOD. It was a shield, wasn't it? Oh well, shit happens. Hopefully it wasn't too valuable. I didn't even pay attention. Probably wasn't, right?
I can't pretend. I promise you this.
Alright.
You hear a click?
This is gonna be it for today. I'm gonna hop off. I hope you enjoyed it. I will be back tomorrow. I don't think we're doing PoE tomorrow. I think tomorrow's gonna be Factorio. I want to get back to the trains. But we'll continue PoE on Thursday. I'm thinking a little break might be nice. So, and I also want to play Factorio again. It's so fun. So yeah, we'll be playing. I will 95% be playing Factorio tomorrow. So yeah, have a good one, guys. Bye bye.